Trustee Adams?
Here.
Trustee Harvey?
Here.
Trustee Reeves?
Here.
Trustee Gaines?
Here.
Trustee Buffalo? We have a quorum.
is ready. Are you set? Just let me know when. Okay, we'll reconvene this meeting to public session. Attendance?
Student trustee Salazar Lara.
Here.
Trustee Adams. Here. Trustee Harvey.
Here.
Trustee Reeves.
Here.
Trustee Gaines.
Here.
Trustee Buffalo.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, Ms. Gaines, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, do we have a motion on the meeting agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Okay. I'm going to have report of closed session action and okay, we have the Arch settlement and on a vote of 5-0 with all board members favoring it. The board approved a settlement and release agreement with Arch Insurance Company. The agreement resolves a dispute between the district and Arch, the performance bond surety relating to the construction on the district's student services project. Under the settlement agreement, Arch will pay the district the amount of $2.8 million as a result of its bonds, principals, default, termination on the district's student services project. The parties have agreed to a waiver and release of claims and dismissal of the district's cross complaint against Arch in the pending litigation matter. This concludes the dispute with Arch. The RAN agreement, on a vote of 5-0 with all board members supporting this, the agreement resolves a contract dispute between RAN and HVAC contractor and the district relating to the construction on the district's student services project. Under the project agreement, the district will pay RAN the amount of $1 million as a result of project delays and change order work in exchange for a waiver and release of claims and dismissal from the pending lawsuit stemming from default determination of prime contractor MVC. This action concludes the dispute with RAN. Okay, and then we have to report out. Is that correct? No, that's what I did. Okay. Okay, this is a report out. On July 14th, 2025, the board took action to terminate the employment of an admissions and records clerical assistant. The vote or abstention of each board member present was 5-0. And on June 9th, 2025, the board took action to terminate the employment of tutoring specialists. The vote or abstention of each board member was 5-0. And the board has reaffirmed those. Okay. All right, moving along. That's the report out of closed. Public comments, agenda and non-agenda items. Do we have any public comments? And I'm going to read this. Pursuant to board policy number 2350, public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per person. All speakers who would like to comment regarding the matter on the agenda must submit a public comment card to the board president or the recording secretary before the point in the meeting at which the agenda item is called. Public comment cards are available at the information table in the boardroom from the recording secretary or online. Do we have any comments?
So this piece out here, and then also there's the anonymous one, and also from the Associated Student Organization, but they're not going to be read into record, they'll just be included in the official.
Okay. We have two items that will be included in the official record, and we have a written communication from a faculty member who has requested anonymity, and the correspondence has been provided to the board and will be included in the official record. And then we have from the Associated Student Organization, we have another statement, and that will also be included in the record. Okay, here we go. I think there's one behind there. Okay. All righty, so where are we at on the people who are going to speak? Do we have the cards?
That stack is,
Oh, these are cards? Oh, I'm used to cards. Okay.
hold on, I gave you the wrong thing. I gave you the wrong stack.
Okay, I'm confused enough as it is.
It was just a spec.
Okay. All righty, public comment cards. So we have Mark Memmerl. Yes.
President-elect, trustees, good evening. My name is Mark Memero. I was an RN student. I have withdrawn from the program. I'm here to represent myself as a person. Because the district's narrative about me remains inaccurate and uncorrected in an April 10 ADA determination, I will state 3 procedural failures for the board's awareness. First, records noncompliance. FERPA, CSE, and CPRA. Withholding student records is an access issue. The district withheld the same records it relied on. On my February 2nd request, I asked for all investigative records. The responses conflicted. The determination was issued without the required records while those records were used against me. On April 22nd, the district said the records would be provided on May 8. The district cited a Costco case to claim an absolute privilege inaccurately. The records never came, and these are documented noncompliance facts. Second, AP 5045, required student records procedures not applied. 5045 requires notice, documentation, and opportunity to respond to a correction process. I repeatedly requested correction of inaccurate information in my formative evaluation, and from September 19 forward, 5045 was not applied. On 9/19, clinical instructor in a pronto message, not documented, not applied. 9/20, theory instructor, same failure. 9/23, clinical dismissal, same failure. 9/24, dean, RN director, same failure. 9/30, dean email, same failure. 10/16, VPAA letter, same failure. The determination states I had time to address issues, but the record shows those issues were never documented, never corrected, and never processed. If so, where are the records? Third, AP 3435, determination defect. 3435 requires a neutral determination with findings of facts and analysis. Allegation 1 labels me as dishonest without providing the underlying record and shifts the narrative. Allegation 9 again shifts the narrative and does not address the allegation. It was supposed to address dean interference. Instead, it reframed the issue as student conduct without documentation. Conduct issues, if they existed, belong under AP 5500, 5520, 5530, not 3435. The determination relies on concealed records, unsupported statements, and non-neutral framing. It functions as a character assessment and not a compliant investigation. I ask the board to produce the withheld records and review the determination for compliance and appropriateness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Aurora Bird.
Good evening. I know you guys haven't heard from me in a while. Just so we're all clear, I'm one of the co-authors of the Senate resolution you're going to be hearing about later. Given that we can't speak directly to the reports, apparently, I'm dismayed that the Senate's request for an agenda item was denied because it's kind of out of context that I'm speaking now, especially given that item 17.1 is on the agenda. Frankly, it looks like you're all afraid of that resolution and hope to silence us. That will not happen. I want to let you know I took the role of helping to draft this resolution extremely seriously. I stand behind every single word in it. And I find it curious that after the passage of the resolution, both Professor Zealot and VP Farley came to the Academic Senate meeting last week and appeared to be asking for essentially progressive discipline for VP Farley. Frankly, faculty are out on leave or terminated for what appear to be far fewer and far lesser matters, and the Federation has had to go to PERB to get the progressive discipline that is in our CBA taken seriously. If progressive discipline is so unimportant to AVC, even when it's in our faculty CBA, then why is it basically being requested for a VP with serious documented issues? Why is President Zillette fighting so hard to save the job of this VP, but not for anyone else? I want to stand here in support of the faculty, staff, and students who have had their workplaces, their education, their lives damaged by the situation happening at the hub under VP Farley. Thank you.
Thank you. Tamara Palmetto.
Good evening, President Zillette, members of the board. It's also been a while since you've heard from me. And I'm also here to speak to the resolution that is at the end of the agenda today. Specifically to President Zillette and Dr. Farley coming to the Academic Senate meeting to basically beg for a 1-month extension for the resolution to come to the board. I'm not sure what was to be done in 1 month. That question was actually asked directly of Dr. Farley, and a lot of discussion was then said about Rising Scholars. I can tell you that Rising Scholars does have a lot of issues that needs to be addressed. Counseling was front and center of that discussion. And I will tell you that just shifting general counseling from one space to another, that's not helpful. And right now we do have an amazing person that is working their entire adjunct load to fulfill the needs of the Rising Scholars program. She just met with 70 students last week. All of them will have education plans that are taken care of. And this is a very specific kind of program. You can't just put people in there. They have to have clearances. They have to be able to go on the yard. They have to be able to have background, all of that to go. It's a process, and we need to be hiring specific people that meet this role and have this experience. The other thing that I would like to say is that another topic that came up, and I do want to thank you, President Zillette, for saying, that you take responsibility, and I appreciate that. I do believe that the responsibility begins at the hiring process. So for the VP of Equity position, there were a number of candidates that came to this campus. I did not think anybody would have the skills of both having administrative experience in equity and institutional research, because these are, they're different people. We did have someone who came to campus who did have administrative experience. They spoke about it in both equity and institutional research. They were passed over for VP Farley, who I believe his experience mostly is in dual enrollment. So the responsibility begins at hiring, and honestly, board trustee members, honestly, the college is given in trust to you. And the college, it's its people. It's the faculty, it's the staff, it's the students. And the red line for me has always been students. And students are getting hurt. This is not working. The full-time faculty members for Emoja stepped down. Emoja organization actually this was like a year and a half, sent a delegation here to have a conversation. These issues have been ongoing for a year and a half plus. If there was a failure of progressive discipline, then with respect, President Zillette, that was your failure. And progressive discipline should have been happening this entire time with the direct supervisor of the person with which there was an issue. So I'm going to ask the board to please consider the voices of the students, faculty, and staff who have come forward with so much courage to ask you to solve this problem, because it's not going to get fixed in a month. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Greg Lanier, and Hal Huntsman's going to read that.
Good evening, trustees. Dr. Langner couldn't be here, and he asked me to read on his behalf. He writes, "To the elected guardians of this community's vital resources, we are faced with a legally and reputationally perilous situation. The document I provided with the resolution is not a rhetorical gesture. Faculty are prepared to take all necessary steps to ensure the Antelope Valley College District does not only complies with all of our unmet obligations to spend equity allocated funds on specific services and outcomes tailored to the distinct needs of each program, but also to ensure the district repair damages that have been caused. As you'll soon have a chance to review in the minutes from last week's Senate meeting, statements shared by the Vice President and College President did not address substantive issues alive in this resolution. Faculty found the statements aspirational and accusatory. We were told, quote, "You all assume that because you can't see something, that it's not happening," end quote. With respect, we are talking largely about systemic failures to advance mandated outcomes. We observe what's accomplished and what's not. We do not assume no action is taken. Clear action was taken when we elevated the Office of Equity to an executive level division. Many subsequent actions, matters of record, led to the problems we are now facing. One cannot deflect to personnel matters or a lack of purview as an excuse for failing to meet mandates, outcomes we are paid by the people of California to achieve. If, for example, the Office of Equity cannot figure out how to ensure our incarcerated students' most basic Title V rights to meet with a counselor are respected while honoring the explicit stipulations of our grant funding, then the Office of Equity cannot, as currently led, cannot be reasonably responsible for managing such a program. With continued and increasingly amplified concern, thank you as always for your service in this community, Dr. Greg Langner.
Okay. Rachel Hightower. Oh,
I have two public comments. Is this one on the Academic Senate or open?
Sorry, we were
Yes.
discussing something we thought we missed. Please, would you please?
I'm asking, I had two public comments. Is this one on Academic Senate or the open
that's
public?
what was listed on there.
Okay, thank you. I'm here in support and in solidarity for the Academic Senate report. It's very interesting to me that this happened to fall on tonight's agenda when I'm on the on the board's agenda. I'm concerned because of the things that are happening in the Division of Equity, which I had the opportunity and the privilege of being the first equity director and starting the programs in student equity. I'm disheartened because of the work that we did led the state in equity and the achievements and the awards and the equity gaps that were closed. I support the Academic Senate in their movement and their report for a call of vote of no confidence. I think that it is ashamed for the morale that I see that's happened in the division. Equity, when I led it, was a vibrant department and division with 17 programs. And even though the dean that I was under, Dr. Jill Zimmerman, and I had our own personal differences, our goal and our common goal was students. We put personal differences aside to make sure students were supported. We were always professional in the work that we did to make sure that equity gaps were closed, and students were always first. Interestingly enough, in my personal life now, students still come find me. Miss Hightower, it's not the same. Miss Hightower, it's different. Miss Hightower, we don't have the resources and the support now that things have shifted and changed. And as a member of this community, when my own child left Antelope Valley College, who I served years to make sure that it was a viable school and a place for my own children to have a place to come to, my own family doesn't want to come to the place that I put so much time in because it's not the campus that she grew up on. That saddens me. I agree with all of my colleagues who have come before me and the things that they have said. This is not who we are as a community, and we have to do better. Thank you.
Okay, Hal Huntsman.
Good evening, trustees, again. I apologize for addressing you during public comments. The Senate asked Board President Buffalo and President Zillett for time on tonight's agenda to present the Academic Senate's vote of no confidence resolution directed toward Vice President of Equity and Student Achievement, Dr. Rebecca Farley. We asked for that because we believe more people are engaged and listening to the proceedings near the beginning of the meeting. As is their right, our request was not granted, and instead we were asked to present the resolution during the regular Senate report time closer to the end of the meeting. The denial of our request was odd to me, partly because I would think the board would want to hear from us, but also because the Associated Student Organization was given time in the presentation section of tonight's meeting to talk about things that they have done. It raises the question of why the Academic Senate was not given the same opportunity. Nevertheless, out of respect for the board and for your agenda, the Senate is presenting the resolution later in the meeting, and we were granted extra time for that so we could fully present the resolution, and we do appreciate the time. Some faculty and others disagree with the Senate's approach. They suggest that we should be presenting the resolution during this time in a series of public comment cards. The Senate is choosing not to do that because we are not in a battle with the board or with the administration. Rather, we will be expressing our lack of confidence in the work of one administrator and asking for remedy. I invite the college community and the Antelope Valley public to tune in later to hear our presentation. The resolution, along with some supporting documentation, is attached to the board agenda. The issues we are presenting are serious for our college and for our community, and I hope you will join us.
Thank you.
May Sanicolas.
May Sanicolas. Sorry, I had trouble with that name.
Hello. Good evening, Board, Trustees, President Zillett, Trustee Christie. I'm commenting in reference to the Senate resolution declaration of the vote of no confidence in the Vice President of Equity and Student Achievement. My name is May Nicolas. I'm a coordinator and counselor for Puente and a general counselor here at AVC. I would like to first express my disheartened disappointment at the board's decision to only give time for this resolution under the Senate report. 3 minutes for this item, along with other work that the Senate has been doing, is not reasonable. When you have students, staff, and faculty speaking out, this move provides a perception that attempts to minimize our collective voice. That being said, this board resolution is not something we take lightly. The president provided a statement to the Senate at our last meeting that to me seemed to underline what the resolution is to the admin team. It's seen as wins and losses. I can tell you right now, we are losing. We are all losing. We are demoralized. Dr. Farley's lack of leadership has been kind of unbelievable. Many of us who have worked in equity programs over the last decade were so excited to have a VP to champion our causes and programs. Instead, we were met with lack of movement and inaction. Our hopes were that the VP would propel our programs forward with innovative ideas. I worked closely with equity staff and witnessed the staff being overwhelmed with last-minute plans. The disorganization impacted Puente's ability to plan ahead more fully. The division is so incredibly ineffective in communication that there are moments it seems that everyone knows what's happening and everyone knows nothing all at the same time. There are too many people on the email threads. VP Farley just seems to be immobilized by fear, ignorance, or being frighteningly unaware of herself and how her inaction impacts students, faculty, and staff. Dr. Zealot offered that the programs operate differently from each other and we should work in the spirit of collaboration. This is absolutely true, which is why when VP Farley just began, Puente coordinators invited VP Farley to meet, which she no-showed to, offering no apology or explanation. We invited VP Farley to multiple information sessions to learn about the program, sessions that we require future Puentistas to attend. These invitations were left unanswered. Coordinators were asked multiple times for our MOU by VP Farley, and it was shared multiple times. In our original director of equity's tenure, she invited multiple counselors to be included and active in the Umoja community. When the full-time Umoja coordinators left at the end of last spring, we were taken off of the counselors were taken off of the website without any explanation or conversation about it. These are concrete examples of how VP Farley does not value faculty, our expertise, or our time. Can I continue? No.
Yes.
Thank you. As a coordinator, my personal experience has been one that has been a bit frustrating but manageable otherwise. Up until intersession, when I was offered payment for coordinating that term in November and was notified after an attempt to follow up on the second day of intersession that it would not be paid because of a technicality. After email exchanges between myself, Dr. Farley, and the coordinators, I included my department chairs and deans because I just became so frustrated. I will leave you with the words I shared with my division. This is absolutely not personal. It's not. If this is what's being received and perceived by administrators and board members, you are not listening to us. I have planned to resign as Puente coordinator in the near future. This was just planned, but I cannot in good faith recommend my counseling colleagues to work for an administrator who does not care about the program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Karina Georgie.
Karina Georgie. So, some of you must be doctors, the way you wrote your names on here.
Good evening, board members, President Zealot, Extraordinary Michelle, Trustee Christie. Last December, I highlighted the ways Pride programming was obstructed between 2024 and 2025 and how we were coaxed into believing that Pride had no money, only to discover that we had $180,000 and that my emails were ignored for weeks regarding Pride programming. In the end, VP Farley denied me pay while never providing me with a work contract, and she gave my other faculty, the other faculty contracts. Consequently, I made 3 demands to this board: my $1,000, an individualized contract, and a monthly budget report for Pride. However, Professor Langer and I were excluded from an all-staff equity training last December for speaking out to this board. Furthermore, on November 4th, 2025, I proposed several Pride programs for spring 2026, which Rebecca did not approve until February 12th, 2026, 100 days later. For 2 years now, the Pride Center has been suffering denies and delays in programming. These delays disrupt marketing, which greatly thwarts student participation and adversely impacts student outcomes. These unprepared decisions leave equity staff stretched thin and scrambling in several different directions as they work under abusive conditions to meet last-minute requests. On March 17th, Student Health held an LGBTQ event at the Pride Center. I co-supervised this event, and I witnessed 2 students inquire about mental health services, while several students walked into the event asking for pizza because Rebecca encouraged them to sign into the event in exchange for food. So this type of directive misrepresents LGBTQ student attendees, and when this data is misaligned, it adversely impacts institutional research and potentially funding allocation. Moreover, AVC no longer has a student pride club because they do not feel safe or supported by Rebecca Farley. And while our Lavender graduation celebrated 20 Pride graduates last year, the number shrank down to 6 graduates this year. But I will report that we've had several, albeit late planned, Pride programs this semester, and any success that Pride has achieved is due to its staff and student workers. And the main reason why Pride exists is because of our advocacy. It's the reason why I was paid eventually 4 months later. And as I promised, I'm giving away $500 to students in the form of 2 writing contests. But I still have no monthly budget report or an individualized contract. 2 months ago, Rebecca asked me to return to this board and tell you about all the amazing work we've done. After 2 years of program sabotaging, she's still seeking recognition from you. So let us recognize how she ignored my queer students when they asked for work opportunities in Pride programming. Let us recognize that equity was created as a form of restorative justice against people like Rebecca Farley, who build careers on the back of marginalized people, as she continues to exploit our students, staff, and faculty. And let us recognize that the Academic Senate just passed a vote of no confidence declaring the damage and harm Rebecca Farley has caused to equity and our respective affinity groups. Thank you.
Okay. Brandy Johnson.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brandy Johnson, and I'm a second-year student here at AVC. Some of you may recognize me from the last 3 board meetings, and once again, I'm here to address my concerns. Many of you may not know, but I'm an automotive student here. I'm one of 10 women in a male-dominant program. There are very few women in this field. I do understand the challenges that come with that. That is not why I'm here today. I'm here today because I'm part of a forgotten program. I want to ask you, how many of you taken the time out to visit the automotive building? Better yet, how many even know where it is on campus? Our program is one of the only programs on campus open 7 days a week, Monday through Sunday. We have students here working to get a degree. Over the past few weeks, I've spoken with several students who's addressed concerns about this program. We're not prepared. We're preparing for the automotive industry. As many of us, this is a life. This is a career that we want to succeed in. I've been here for the last 2 years, and during that time, I've worked with engines and other parts of cars, but the crucial part is that they're all missing crucial components we don't have. I'm currently taking a transmission class where we're learning how to build a transmission, yet we don't know how one runs because we don't have the parts. There is a transmission that's been taken apart by a class from 2 years ago that was never put together properly, but we don't have it. We don't have any of the parts to complete our work. So I ask you, how can students truly learn when we don't have the tools to succeed? This is not the fault of our instructors. Our teachers are some of the hardest working individuals I've known on campus. They stay countless hours after class, helping students repair their cars, answer questions, and ensure we understand the ins and outs of our industry. But how many teachers do you know that would stay until midnight, making sure that your car is safe enough to get home? The problem isn't our teacher. The problem is the lack of support and resources that we've been given in our program. Many of us need ASCs, which are automotive service certifications. The degree is valuable, yes, but it is not the proper certifications that we need for our industry. So I ask you, please give us the resources and better equipment and better support so that our students, when we graduate, we can succeed in this workforce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Jason Gerard.
Is it okay if I speak on Jason's behalf? Okay. Hello, board. I feel like I'm not wanted, or I feel like I asked a lot of the time to have a meeting with Rebecca Farley. She keeps pushing me away and canceling my appointments and make me feel unwanted, which is why I stepped down as the LGBTQ club president. Thank you.
This is kind of scribbled a little bit at the end, so I'm not sure. Jose, and it's an M, and that must be you. Yeah. All right.
Manuelis. Thank you so much. Hi, board members and president. I wanted to talk about the fact how during Black History Month, Emoja was not able to have their own events. And also, I wanted to say that VP Farley never got back to me and the students about our cases when I talked I talked during the board meeting December of last year. That would be it.
Okay, thank you. Bridget Cook.
Good evening, members of the board and President Zealot, Mr. Wayne, Ms. Corp, and Ms. Lara. My name is Bridget Cook. I'm the former general counsel for Antelope Valley College. I'm here tonight because my community implored me to be here tonight. There's been a lot of things that have gone on since my employment was not reelected. I'm not here to talk about me. That'll happen at another time. But I am here to talk about the mishandling of matters by the board, Dr. Zealot, and her administration. Tonight, Mr. Huntsman indicated that the Academic Senate was not allowed to be placed on the agenda to talk about their resolution, and the board knows or should know, pursuant to Board Policy 2340, that members of the public can place items on the agenda if it's within the board's jurisdiction. So I'm not sure why that was denied when another individual was allowed to place their item on the agenda, and it's a personnel matter. Mr. Adams, you know, like I know, that the board does allow individuals, employees, former employees, and employees who are subject to discipline or release to speak in closed session. Myself, the individual who's going to be speaking tonight, and others have been denied that opportunity. Not certain why that happens, because it didn't happen under previous leadership, but it happens under Dr. Zealot. I understand that there's a resolution regarding Vice President Farley that has gone forward unanimously and with regard to her employment here with the college, and that the president, as well as Dr. Farley, went in and pled with the Academic Senate to not have this matter go forward for a brief period of time for whatever reason. It's my understanding also that the Academic Senate, members of the Senate, students, and others have all pled with the president, pled with Dr. Farley to address those issues before they took that step. I'm sure that happened. I know that the Academic Senate does not take things lightly, and they would not be bringing something forward to you for your consideration if it weren't valid. I hope that as you review those things, that you review the resolution, that you reconsider allowing or how you handle the agenda for the board, because it's a Brown Act violation, what you've done to them tonight. Just like Dr. Zealot was allowed to come and speak to the Senate should have been able to be on the agenda tonight. Other concern that I have, and I'm so disappointed to see this, that teal cup right there that Dr. Zealot has sitting there. She carries that cup. Does anybody know what it says? She who must be obeyed. The board, you allow her to sit there with that cup at every board meeting. And if you don't know what it says, check it out, because it was turned to me, to face me. May I continue? Okay. It was turned to face to me when my employment was not reelected, that I have to obey, and that's why I no longer work here. That I took that as the reason I no longer work here, because I wasn't given any other reason other than we're going in a different direction. And I don't think the public has had the courtesy of knowing why I'm no longer there in Mr. Wang's presence. I don't recall that ever being explained to the public. And so I've noticed that under Dr. Zealot, there's a huge lack of transparency, a huge lack of fairness. So if Rebecca Farley is misbehaving or doing things that are inappropriate, it's not because she's doing it on her own. It's because the president is allowing those things to occur. If things are happening in people, culture, and talent that are not appropriate, it's because the president allows them to occur. The things that I did in my employ while I was here, I was following the instructions of the president and/or the board. So that being said, I would hope that the board realizes it's never too late to pivot. You can always change direction. Dr. Zealot can also always change direction. And it's important that you do so, because our community is changing and our community is tired of having people. When students are coming here, when I worked here, students didn't come and talk to the board and complain. Okay, these are things that are happening, and it should be indicative of the lack of leadership or the concerns with the leadership that the board's not addressing. And I hope that you address it soon. Thank you.
Professor Richard Betterman.
Richard Bertrand.
Bertram, sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Zillett and members of the board. My name is Richard Britcham, instructor of computer science, math science, and engineering. I am here to present a different narrative about who Dr. Farley is. I'm here with the knowledge, personal working relationship, and the support of students and other faculty who are very disappointed by the draft resolution of the Academic Senate. I spoke to the Academic Senate about my concerns about that draft resolution and also about the additional language that was also applied to that draft resolution. Dr. Farley has been nothing but stellar for some of us. Our program is doing better. Amen is doing better. I've worked with students in Umoja, despite previous stoppage and things that happen. Our students are on a trajectory to not only graduate, but be the best they can be in this community and beyond. I've worked straight with Dr. Farley. Her door was always open. I've seen other faculty who have voiced the same thing. On my way here, I talked to Dr. Morinike Ige in the parking lot, and she basically tell them we love Dr. Farley. And I understand we all have different relationships with executive members. We have several faculty that were very disappointed by the draft resolution. We believe it was beyond anything that we've ever seen of our academic senate. We believe that this is something we could have solved in-house, amicably, and be able to continue to reinforce the goals of our students. The focus should always be on the students and shouldn't be on us. And I believe that Dr. Farley has done well by us. Dr. Farley has done the best she can under the circumstances. And I believe that the draft resolution did not help at all. A lot of faculty are very disappointed. Some of us are because of our relationship and what we've seen by way of concrete support for our programs, concrete support of our students, the goals they have in front of them. So I'm here to let you know we support Dr. Farley. We want to keep Dr. Farley. Last Friday, during one of the meetings, I polled the students of Amen one after the other, and I asked them, I need you to tell me, are you better off with Dr. Farley or not? And the students that I had in that meeting, in that space, all of them voiced their support. And I wanted to pass this on to the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pamela Ford.
This is ridiculous.
Good evening, everyone. Excuse me. I first want to begin by stating that the Classified 2 support the Academic Senate's resolution against Dr. Farley, and I will discuss that later when the resolution is read. What I want to speak to you about right now is our processes are skewed, and I'd like clarification as it relates to leaves and remote work. For years, the leadership of Human Resources, now known as CPT, has admonished employees who cannot come in to work due to illness, maternity leave, or who are off for some reason, that they cannot work remotely, but that they're not allowed to work because by taking leave, they've made themselves unavailable to work. Yet, we have a vice president who's on maternity leave until recently, and an interim vice president of HR on vacation, and both of these individuals have made it clear that they are tag teaming remotely, doing CPT work while on leave. Why are we paying 2 salaries for 1 job? A travesty occurred when an employee's child was diagnosed with cancer. Her leave time was about to be exhausted. She reached out to the district to request to be able to work remotely, that she would get that the area where her child was private, and she could continue to be there while her child received treatment. She was denied. Employees on maternity leave and other leaves have requested to work remotely and were denied to work remotely. Some were even threatened with loss of computer access. Others were required to turn in their keys. And if their leaves were ending, they were threatened with being placed on the 39-month rehire list. And we know how that works. People don't come back. I have no issue with remote work. As a matter of fact, I'm for it. The Federation even submitted a draft language to be negotiated, and this current administration asserted they are not interested while continuing to allow administrators to work remotely. So I'm wondering, what rule book are we operating under? Is remote work allowable for employees, or is it just acceptable for administrators only? Have we stepped into Jim Crow, where we have a white water fountain and a black water fountain?
To God, not.
So I would like parity brought to this issue, allowing remote work for all employees. On behalf of non-administrative employees here at AVC, I'm asking for a response from you, the Board of Trustees, to provide clarification. I'd like to finish. To provide clarification and insist on parity for all employees regarding remote work and leaves. In addition to this, previously, I asked the board for an accounting of the amount of the district is paying for legal fees, and also regarding salary increases for administrators and interim positions, and to date, there has been no response. So I have submitted to Michelle, which she is to submit to you tonight, a formal written request for information. I'd like this information returned by the next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving along, we have clarification.
Mr. Buffalo, before you do that, I believe it's incumbent on someone on this board to say that, A, we as a college respect our academic senate, and that we understand their purpose in the community college system. It is to set standards of professionalism, academic standards, curricular standards. When the academic senate comes to the dais and says, I need to say something, they should be heard. That's Michelle Harvey.
Okay, moving along. Folks, if we can have order, please, thank you. Okay. Moving along, we have recognition of student leaders and of our outgoing student trustee, who has done a great job, Christy Salazar-Laura.
Oh, your speech first. Students first, always.
Good evening, audience members, board members, and students. Today is my final day as the official student trustee for the 2025 to 2026 school year. My main goal for coming into this position was always to represent the student voice, and I feel like in my term that's something I've accomplished, but I didn't do it alone. Along the way, I've had many faculty at AVC and students support me. When I first began my student government journey, I was a part of the STAR program, RIP, which is where I first began my journey as the ASO Vice President of Student Services, and both my bosses were extremely enthusiastic and encouraged me to pursue it. I like to thank them both publicly for pushing me to pursue something like this, as it's pushed me even further out of my comfort zone and helped me grow into a better person. I'd also like to thank Alberto Mendoza, if we could give a round of applause for him. for always having time for me and being so supportive of my roles in student government. And I'd like to congratulate him on becoming a full-time professor in the fall because he's extremely passionate. He's extremely passionate about helping students, and he's consistently emphasized how important it is for women of color to be in leadership roles. And I never really understood why it was so emphasized until I actually stepped into the role. Hearing my fellow students describe their experiences at college made me realize that a lot of us come in with the same thought process. I don't know where to begin. Throughout my term, I wanted to help students feel understood, and more importantly, I wanted us to feel united by the simple fact that we belong here. I know a lot of students, especially students of color, don't feel like they belong in college, and whether that be because of racism or other difficult factors, I want to emphasize the point that college wouldn't function without us. We are what creates the campus culture. We have the power, and I encourage you all to use that power. Don't be afraid to speak up. Thank you all for allowing me to be your student trustee. Love y'all.
Christy, it's been a wonderful year with you. I've very much enjoyed our meetings every month. I've learned a lot from you, and I am very, very sad to see you go. In honor of all the work that you've done, we have a certificate for you, and it says, the certificate is presented to Christy Salazar Lara in appreciation of your dedicated service as student trustee for the Antelope Valley Community College District. Your leadership, advocacy, and commitment to students are sincerely valued. And it's signed by myself and Board President Buffalo. And we have a gift from the board to you, just a small token of our appreciation. So if maybe we can come and all gather together and take a picture with Christy. Okay, we can all kind of maybe stand, get in the middle. Yeah. There we go. We can scoot here that way. There you go. Step up, and there we go.
I know that's right.
Debbie!
That's Debbie. She's awesome. You know Debbie? Okay, she's awesome. Oh,
Hey, why don't you minister the oath? Okay.
yeah, that was beautiful.
And now, do you want to?
Oh, you can go ahead.
Okay, so now we will swear in our new student trustee, Roshni Diman.
Oh, up here?
Yes. You are outside. Yes. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
You just hold up your right hand.
Yes.
I, Roshni Diman, do solemnly swear
I, Roshni Diman, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
that I will do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Well done.
I'll shake everyone's hand.
That's a good idea.
Just to be fair.
Well, yes. It's a good
Would you like to say something? Go right ahead.
Oh, okay, yes. I just want to say how much of an honor it is to be elected student trustee. It's very important at all times, but especially now, to be that voice for students, and especially underrepresented students and students who need the most support. I want to thank Christy again. She's been such a big support to me this entire year, but especially now, and I really do appreciate you, and you're such a passionate advocate, and I hope to continue that legacy in my term, and I look forward to working alongside you all, alongside this board, to ensure that student needs are being prioritized. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go into presentations now. I think Dr. Jill Zimmerman, is she here? Okay, she has a few words to say. We're going to recognize SOAR Principal Wendy Johnson.
Thank you so much for this honor. As many of you know, I'm Dr. Jill Zimmerman, and I am one of the founders of SOAR High School. And we are honored to have the superintendent from Antelope Valley Union High School District, Greg Naher, be here with us tonight. And the reason why we're here is for Wendy Johnson. This is her last month at SOAR High School. And I just wanted to bring a little highlight to some of the work that we've done. She came to SOAR High School in 2022, and we have currently over 700 students at both our Lancaster and Palmdale campus. Palmdale, for the first time, is having their first graduating class. Please mark your calendars for May 27th. We are extremely excited, and then on May 29th will be our Lancaster commencement. When she started, we did not know we were going to be doing Palmdale, SOAR Palmdale, but it happened, and we made it happen, and it was under her leadership. She was able to hire a full staff, was able to handle all the students and all the teachers, and create a vibrant program for student learning. And while she's done that, she has made such positive impacts in our students and their ability to thrive. One of the great things that she's done is she has put us on the national level. And I want to just highlight a couple things. 2024, 2025, and 2026, SOAR was recognized as the California Distinguished School Award. Not to be outdone, in 2024, 2025, and 2026, we were the California Exemplary Dual Enrollment Award School. And in 2024 and 2025, we were the National Blue Ribbon Award. That is her leadership and making sure that SOAR and Antelope Valley College is on the national scene talking about what academic excellence is for our young people, many of them first generation, students of color, and recognizing what they can be. Not only am I going to miss her leadership, I'm going to miss her friendship. She is a delight to interact. She is one of the more innovative educators I have ever seen, and we are excited for her to start her new life in her new home state of Georgia. She's built a beautiful new home. Very jealous. But she is leaving SOAR in such great hands. With the support of the district, our district, we are moving forward with bringing in the next generation of SOAR stars. And I just can't thank her enough for what she's done for our campus and our community. Thank you.
And Wendy, tonight, on behalf of the board and on behalf of Antelope Valley College, we want to give you this certificate in appreciation of your dedicated leadership and service to the students, families, and educational community of SOAR High School. Your commitment to student success and educational excellence have made a lasting impact and is sincerely valued. So, thank you.
Okay, now we have a PARS presentation.
Good evening, members of the board. Tonight, we've invited Rachel Sanders from PARS to present the establishment of a pension rate stabilization program through a Section 115 trust. As the board is aware, pension costs have become a significant expense for community college districts. Over the last 10 years, the district's CalSTRS employer contribution rate has increased from 10.73% to 19.1% in 24-25. The CalPERS employer contribution rate increased from 11.85% to 27.05% over that same period. In dollar terms, it's grown from $4.49 million in 2015-16 to $12.91 million in 24-25. That's an increase of more than $8.4 million. Right. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is to provide the board with an overview of how pension rate stabilization funds are established, how they operate, how the district is planning to mitigate those increases and bring about stabilization in that program for us. This item begins with a presentation. After the presentation, later on in the agenda, there is an action item. With that, I'd like to introduce Rachel Sanders, Vice President of Consulting with PARS, who will walk you through tonight's presentation. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, members of the board. Glad to be with you tonight. My name is Rachel Sanders, as mentioned, and my goal for this evening is to walk you through the pension rate stabilization program. So as Shami mentioned, districts across the state are facing increases in both their STRS and PERS rates, and so this is a really effective tool that can be utilized by the district, as Shami mentioned, to help mitigate those rising costs. So before I jump into the mechanics of the trust and how the program works, I'll start with a little bit of background. So for those that may not be familiar with PARS, PARS stands for Public Agency Retirement Services. So we're located in Southern California, and we work with community college districts and public agencies throughout the state. So we've been around since 1984, and we are actually the pioneers of 115 Trust pre-funding program. So we started all the way back in 2004 with OPEB pre-funding, and then in 2015 we applied to the IRS for a private letter ruling for pension pre-funding and have subsequently created a trust that allows districts to pre-fund their pension obligations. So our goal as a company is really to help districts and other public agencies address their growing financial challenges, and again, this is certainly a tool that can help with the STRS and PERS growing costs. So PARS does work in conjunction with other partners on this program that you'll see on your slide here. We work with our trustee, U.S. Bank. So while PARS does all of the ongoing administration and supports the district for all of the day-to-day ongoings with the 115 Trust, we don't actually hold the money in the trust. So U.S. Bank provides that oversight protection as plan fiduciary. And then last but certainly not least, we also work with an investment manager. As I will share, one of the nice benefits of utilizing a 115 trust program is the ability to diversify investments. So with that, we have a partnership with PFM Asset Management, who ultimately ensures that these investments are being invested in a diversified and prudent manner as is required by the California Government Code section for these trust programs. So this is just a sampling of our 115 Trust clients. So as I mentioned, we are the pioneer and leading provider of pension rate stabilization trust programs throughout the state of California and the nation. So I know oftentimes community college districts like to see which of their neighbors are participating in our trust programs. So that list is here on your screen. But I will note that we have over 550 public agencies that are in our 115 Trust. So this is a very small sample size of a much larger trust program. Now, as I mentioned, the trust is IRS approved, and that IRS approval comes in the form of a private letter ruling. PARS is the only company that does have a private letter ruling for a pension pre-funding trust like this, and so that does set us apart. I also would like to mention that our pension pre-funding program is actually offered in partnership with the Community College League of California. So all the way back in 2017, the Community College League of California did recognize that this was a true need for community college districts throughout the state, and so we're proud to partner with them as well. The way that our trust is set up is as a combination trust, which allows districts to set aside assets for both OPEB and or pension. And I know that your district is already utilizing an OPEB trust, so for the purposes of tonight's presentation, we're just really focused on the pension side of the trust. So the way that this works is that the district would ultimately be able to set aside assets into a dedicated pension account. And the trust is irrevocable, meaning that once those assets are set aside, they can only be withdrawn for your CalPERS or CalSTRS pension-related costs. So it really ensures that they are ultimately utilized for the intention that they were set aside for. Because of the irrevocable nature of the 115 Trust, though, as I mentioned, the district is able to invest these funds in a manner that is different than you would be able to do in your general fund, which really will help you achieve a greater rate of return on those assets and help them grow over time. So Shami alluded to this, so I won't spend too much time on it, but this is just a little bit, again, of a background on where we've come with pension rates. So again, as was mentioned, when we look back just a decade ago, you can see how much lower both STRS and PERS rates were. STRS, we were looking sub 9% and CalPERS sub 12%. And as we project now to the present and even into the future, those rates have risen significantly. So ultimately, again, this is a way for the district to proactively start addressing those rising costs so that when those increases do come for the district, you're prepared to address those costs. Again, this is no surprises here, just a chart that shows you how this has impacted your district specifically. So we didn't go back as far as Shami did when he was sharing the numbers with you, but even just looking back, to 24-25, the district was at about a projected 15.8 million STRS and PERS combined pension annual costs. We expect that to increase to about 18.8 million by fiscal year end 29-30. So again, certainly some rising costs on the horizon. So as we think about, the trend of STRS and PERS and how that has really impacted your district, really we get to the heart of why districts and other public agencies are using programs like this. And so I've distilled it down to really the 4 driving reasons that we've heard from other districts in terms of why they find this to be a valuable tool. Of course, number one, as the name of the program, the Pension Rate Stabilization Program suggests, this is a way to stabilize your pension costs. Again, ultimately, the trust is set up and dedicated so that you can draw down from the trust to help supplement those payments to both STRS and PERS as we see those rate increases in the future. Number 2, I've mentioned many times over, and I will share more information in the next couple slides on the ability to diversify investing. So with that diversification comes the ability to ultimately get a better rate of return on your assets than you otherwise could if those funds were simply earmarked in your general fund reserves. There are different California code sections that apply to a trust versus your reserve fund, allowing you, again, the opportunity to help grow those assets. Ultimately, again, once those assets are set aside, they are protected to only be utilized for your pension costs. And so again, you have really that rainy day fund concept of if and when the district finds itself in a difficult budgetary position, you can tap into those funds. They are there to be used to pay STRS and PERS when you need them. So I'll take a moment now to walk you through the different investment options. And as I mentioned, we are fortunate to partner with PFM Asset Management, who works again with public agencies all throughout the state, ensuring that, again, they are investing in a way that meets the California code requirements for 115 trust investments. So I will start by saying, every community college district that we work with has different objectives for how they want to use the trust. And so with that comes a variety of options that hopefully meet the different goals of the districts that we work with. So starting with the most conservative option, we do have an all fixed income option, as you'll see there at the upper left-hand corner. As we move to the right and then down across the bottom to the right, you can see that the level of stock exposure becomes greater. So the conservative model, for example, has about 40% in stocks, balanced about 60% in stocks, and then growth about 75% in stocks. With each of these strategies, you can see the projected return expectations over both the short-term 5-year period as well as the longer-term 30-year expectations. So while these are not guarantees, these are done periodically by PFM Asset Management through Monte Carlo simulations and modeling. So it gives you an idea of the type of return expectations you might expect for each of these portfolios. Of course, when we talk to districts, what it really comes down to is, of course, the risk tolerance that a district has, as well as, again, typically the time horizon. So anecdotally, if we're working with a district that maybe has a shorter term time horizon, they may gravitate toward a more conservative investment. But we do work with some districts that maybe have a longer term time horizon and feel comfortable taking a longer term approach, which may have some more volatility built in. So again, this is completely at the discretion of the district and is really meant to give you local control to choose a strategy that best meets your needs. To that end, while that was a forward-looking approach at what we would expect the returns to be, this is actually a historical return page on page 10. So these returns that you're looking at here would be the experience of everyone who has been investing in this program over the last 1, 3, 5, and even 10 years. So as you would imagine, the more growth-oriented portfolio being at the top with the highest level of equity exposure has performed best over the short and longer term period versus those that are more conservative. But of course, if there is a year where the market experiences more volatility, we would expect those portfolios that have more equity exposure to potentially experience more losses than a more conservative strategy. So it's good to not only focus on the short term, but also the long term, keeping in mind that, of course, there is inherent volatility in the market. As of March 31st, though, if anyone here is an investor, it's been a pretty great 1-year period in the stock market. So happy to be able to show you some really positive returns here. But the reason why we showed you the return expectations on the prior page is that even though these returns were the experience of our member agencies, we wouldn't necessarily expect those 1-year returns on a go-forward basis. And then just a couple more slides here in terms of the program fees. So one of the really nice benefits of this program is it is incredibly low cost. So we ultimately work with districts to provide them this service, and we are very hands-on as an administrator. Our fees do start at 0.25% for assets under 10 million, and then as assets grow, our fees do decline. When it comes to our partners, we actually have a unique model wherein US Bank and PFM actually have combined fees. And so theirs are not only based on the assets of your district, but every single member agency who is participating in this platform. So currently we're looking at over 1.3 billion in assets, which means their current blended fee total is at 0.067%, which is incredibly low cost if you know anything about investment management. So the great news for the district is that as more members join this program and as assets grow, we can see that number go even lower. So you're really getting the true value of economies of scale. So all in for all three companies, you're looking at just over 30 basis points or 0.3% of total assets is the fees. And there's nothing else charged beyond that. So ultimately tonight, If the board decides to proceed, we would be looking for you to adopt a resolution to establish the 115 trust. That resolution does appoint a plan administrator. And again, if the board decides to move forward, we would then work with the plan administrator to execute all of the legal documents to get the trust established. Part of that does include a subsequent conversation related to investments. So tonight we gave an overview on investments. We would work with the plan administrator in conjunction with materials, of course, from our investment partners to, again, land on which investment strategy works best for the district's goals. And once the trust is set up, it will ultimately be opened up and able to accept contributions if and when the district is ready. So I know that is a lot of information, and I will pause here to see what, if any, questions I can answer for the board.
Anybody?
Sure.
I was just wondering why are these being set up with individual community colleges rather than a California state pension trust, since that's where the issue is?
Good question. I think that ultimately providers like PARS that are outside of the state are attractive to a certain extent, so that agencies, what I've heard is they don't necessarily want to put all their eggs in one basket, because ultimately if this is a way to diversify outside of STRS and PERS, it's really meant to be a locally controlled vehicle. So not to get too far into the weeds, but STRS and PERS have set investment objectives that come in the form of what's called a discount rate. And so they are investing pretty aggressively to get high returns. And what we found is that a lot of community college districts are looking for vehicles where they can maybe take less risk than STRS and PERS are, but take more risk than they can in their general fund. And so I think it's a really good diversifying tool to partner with agencies that are outside of the state pension systems. Yeah, absolutely.
Mike?
I was looking at the fee schedule. So like 25% fee, so if it's $1 million, that's what?
25, yeah, so $1 million would be $2,500. So it's 0.25%. So yeah,
okay. So,
quarter of a percentage.
So you say they have $1 billion in assets right now?
So right now on this, so this is called the target index strategy, which is the very low cost investment strategy. And so ultimately, in terms of all of the agencies that are participating on this particular platform, there is about $1.3 billion in assets that's being invested by our partners. And so the beauty of this program is that their fees are based on the total assets for all participating members, not just AVC. And so with that comes the really low cost of 0.06% or 6.7 basis points. So as I mentioned, the nice thing about this program is as more members join and assets grow, that number will continue to go lower, decreasing fees even further.
Okay, the money is held by U.S. Bank, is that correct?
Correct. As the trustee, yes, they are the plan fiduciary.
So that
Yep.
means it's under the Federal Reserve? If something happens?
Yes,
It's
they
the money's covered, right?
Exactly. Yes, they
But
provide
is
the
that-
oversight protection.
Is it covered just for $250,000 per account, or is it all the money covered?
So your total assets would be covered by U.S. Bank, yes. So whatever the trust is set up as a multiple employer trust, meaning that all member agencies participate under one trust umbrella, but your district's assets would be accounted for separate and apart from everyone else. But as fiduciary, U.S. Bank, of course, provides the protection for every single member agency on an individual basis as they participate in our multiple employer trust.
But there's a limit on the amount of money that they will pay out if the bank crashes, and that's $250,000 an account. Charmy, is that correct?
That is correct, Trustee Reeves, and these funds are not FDIC insured, as far as I know. We would assume that when we deposit them with a trustee, that they will safeguard our investments like most other institutions.
So how would that be monitored? Is somebody going to monitor it every day or something, the investments? Is it monitored, the returns monitored daily? How often
As
are
a
the
plan
returns
manager.
monitored?
Yeah, so for this particular platform, the investments are pooled. So yes, U.S. Bank as trustee is of course monitoring it, but in terms of the statements, it is a monthly valuation. So the district would be getting monthly statements that report out all of the plan activity, and then there's also quarterly investment updates that our partners at PFM also provide to the district, so that you can see the investment changes quarter over quarter.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Just one quick question.
Yeah.
Once you pick the strategy, and I realize that's probably you, Mr. Barr, with the president, how do you, or are you able to change the strategy if you see that that isn't working for the college, is my question.
Absolutely. Yes. So an agency is never locked into an investment strategy. And frankly, we've worked with a lot of agencies whose objectives have changed over time. And, I'll give you an example. I would tell you probably most community college districts that we work with have chosen the conservative strategy. That has been the most popular. But I've worked with a district who is now closer to needing to withdraw those funds. And so they actually wanted to move into the fixed income strategy for more liquidity. So absolutely, you're not locked in. We understand that things change over time. So you can certainly change strategies when needed.
Thank you.
Of course.
Anything else? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, got the ASO up next.
Good evening, everybody. Excuse me. Good evening, everybody. Board of Trustees, President Zealot, Michelle. Shout out to the new student trustee. Thank you for having us. We are just going to kind of quickly go over the Associated Student Organization Student Leadership Conferences that we visited in the spring of 2026. And first is going to start off is Gianna and Nestor.
Good evening. For March 1st and from March 4th, ASO had the privilege to attend the SSCCC's first ever conference in Washington, D.C. The 4-day event informed us on federal policy reform, the power of student advocacy, and tips on having meaningful dialogue with legislators. During conference days, the first 2 days, we heard from prominent speakers such as Chancellor Sonia Christian, CEO of Umoja Community. We heard from the president of Urban College, Salomon Fernandez. As a collective, we heard from other leaders in various spaces of government. For example, we learned about SNAP funding from the Director of Government Affairs at Feeding America. Here's just some of the images of us at the workshop and the conference itself. Our first set of workshops that we attended revolved around building on our advocacy skills and how to apply them on a federal level. Once we set the foundation, our sessions on the second day focused on discussions of federal programs and policies. We focused on financial aid, basic needs, and discussion on general federal policy, all of which were extremely beneficial. And then here are more pictures of us at said workshops. Outside the conference, ASO had the opportunity to explore the Capitol, places such as Congress, the Supreme Court, the White House, historic monuments that we also saw, the Washington Monument, Lincoln Memorial, the Vietnam Memorial, and we also saw tons of museums, the Air and Space Museum, Natural History Museum, the Holocaust Memorial Museum, all of which were extremely meaningful. And
good evening. And as you can see here, we just have more images of our time there. Absolutely an amazing opportunity. Meeting with Congressman Whiteside. So ASO had the incredible opportunities to meet with Congressman George Whitesides, and we were able to discuss the most important issues facing AVC students. This included the impact of artificial intelligence, as well as increasing research opportunities for students, and then talking about the recent cuts in funding to Hispanic serving institutions. We brought to his attention issues like the removal of remedial math courses, made to support students and the implementation of CPAS affecting students' financial aid. But then we walked away from this productive conversation with knowledge on how to solve these problems, opportunities for collaboration, as well as the advice on how to become better on-campus leaders. And again, we have some images here of us with our meeting with Congressman. Again, an absolute honor and blessing. And what we learned overall, we came home from DC with increased knowledge on federal policy, how to enact reform, and an ignited passion for advocacy. An event that resulted as an effect of the trip was our panel on the voter engagement and civic participation.
And speaking of the panel, so we had one centering student voices, how to become civically engaged. This was for students to have a space where they could learn more about advocacy and voter participation, as well as ask any questions related to the Lancaster City Council election. Just a thank you to the professors, Carla Corona, David Adams, Fritz Hemker, and Dr. Francisco Fuentes. I really want to recognize the amount of work our officers put in behind the scenes to make opportunities like this possible for students. I was there before the panel even started. That day is when we left for our General Assembly, which we will talk about in a little bit. I was there before the panel started. It gave me a first-hand look at how much preparation and dedication goes into these events. I especially want to acknowledge Roshni Daman, our new student trustee, along with the rest of the officers, because everyone worked incredibly hard to represent AVC students well. So if we could please give her a round of applause as well. Oh, you can move on. Oh. I apologize, my first time. Okay, General Assembly. So this was from March 27th to the 29th. General Assembly was a 3-day-long conference where student leaders grew as representatives by connecting with peers across the California community college system, explored statewide and national issues affecting students, and deepened their understanding of governance. The SSCCC Delegates participated in the resolution process by voting and discussing student-written resolutions. Conference days. The workshop sessions informed leaders on how to become better advocates for the students they represent and helped guide them through the resolution process. Officers also participated in discussions of issues affecting students from their respective colleges. General Assembly was honestly one of the most valuable experiences I've had as a student leader, and my first ever trip with ASO after being appointed in March. Watching colleges from all across California debate resolutions was really inspiring because every student there was super passionate about improving their campuses and communities. You could see how much effort students put into researching issues, defending their ideas, and working together to create meaningful change. Networking was a huge part of the experience as well. I also appreciated the opportunity to visit San Francisco for the first time because experiences like this expand our perspectives beyond just AV or the Antelope Valley. Being exposed to different people, environments, and ideas helped me grow not just as a student leader, but as a person. It reminded me that leadership is not about being in charge of everyone, but about knowing when to step back, uplift others, and make sure everyone feels heard and included. Seeing how students across the state advocated for one another helped me better understand the importance of equitable leadership and bringing those values back to AVC.
The resolutions that we tackled, let me just preface by saying it was an incredible conference, it really was. And if everybody's anticipating if this is gonna go to 1 a.m., no, I'm gonna stick to the slide. But we had about 15 or is it 17 hours of deliberation during the conference. So that was all exciting, but truly a life-changing conference. The main goal really was to discuss and debate and vote on resolutions written and submitted by different students across the community college system. 53 resolutions were passed this year, and they will guide SSCCC into the new year in reforming for the students. One of the resolutions passed was sponsored by ASO, and the author was our president, ASO president, Armando Della Torre. the resolution really addressed AB 1705, in which, if you don't know it, it has to do with the higher level maths and just trying to get better supports for students, and focused on development of lower unit courses that would help teach students about science and learning and effective strategies when studying mathematics. The successful passage of this resolution reflected ASO's commitment to advancing policies and promoting student achievement and academic preparedness. What we learned, here's a few quotes. Oh, look, there's mine. To cross-communicate with hundreds of other campuses with an intimate setting, allowing for clarity as well as perspective, going issues, invoking on each other's campuses. I was blessed to be a part of history, real change, and that affects real lives. And I mean every word of that. And as you see, each of these is true. The disagreement isn't a bad thing. It's how better things are built. We work in collaborative environments towards meaningful change. Here's a couple images. That one on the right, I don't know, you guys. That's tough to beat. And thank you for your guys' time. We appreciate it.
Okay, moving along to item 15.1. Do we have a motion, approval of the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Second, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Advice?
Approve.
Okay. Didn't want to forget you on the first vote, right? Okay. Now we move on to action items. 16.1, approval of resolution 2526/24 of the Board of Trustees regarding compensation for absence member of the Board of Trustees. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
Oh, we have an extension, yes, from Michelle. Okay, item 16. No, we're at 16.2. Oh, okay. Item approval of resolution number 2526/21 declaring the week of May 17th and 23rd, 2026 as classified school employee week. And I believe Pam Ford would like to say something.
Good evening. Board of Trustees, President Zealot, administrators, classified faculty, students, and the public. Thank you for the resolution declaring May 17th through the 23rd Classified Recognition Week. I want to invite you to the Classified Recognition event this year. Thanks to the committee members, each year this event is more memorable. The Classified Recognition Luncheon will be held Wednesday, May 20th from 12 noon to 1:30, and Classified would be honored if you would attend. Classified are an integral part of the campus community in support of our students and community at large. Again, this year, we had the honor to provide 2 students with scholarships, each in the amount of $500. And representatives from the union will be attending the annual scholarship meet and greet to meet our students. More Classified participated in the wine walk this year, which is a wonderful way to support our students and casually socialize with colleagues and the community. So I encourage you all to come out and celebrate Classified on Wednesday, May 20th, 12 to 1:30. And we don't often get to see you at our event, but we would definitely like to see you at this one.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on item 16.2?
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item 16.3, and I believe Pam has requested to,
Oh, time out. Read out. There it is.
oh,
Oh, wait. Sorry, this is for the next item. You gotta stop.
Okay. Ms. Ford, would you like to come up and say something on that?
So I have a question, but before I begin, I don't want people getting in their feelings. This has nothing to do with the individual, but everything to do with our processes. So, oh, it didn't restart. Well, so please take this with the spirit it is given. It was announced at the December 12th board meeting that Dr. Kathy Bakeet would be retiring and would be placed on paid administrative leave until June 30th. So I went back through the agenda and I saw the recognitions and everything for Dr. Bakeet. So in interrogating our processes, I'm wondering why the VP position for academic affairs is being filled with a full-time position when Dr. Bakeet's leave doesn't end until June 30th, 2026. In essence, we would be paying for 2 full-time administrative positions because the timeline overlaps. Why did this position not remain interim until July 1 when Dr. Bakeet's position had clearly ended? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion on item 16.3?
So moved.
There's another one. Yeah, there was another one.
Okay. Ms. Cook?
Good evening again. I'm speaking regarding item 16.3, Ms. Mitchell's contract. I reviewed it and noticed that the terms of her contract are not consistent with the terms of another vice president's contract. She is joining, and congratulations to you, Catherine. She's joining a category of employees where they are bound by a contract. They are all similarly situated. They should all be treated equally. And Ms. Mitchell's contract does not have a provision, as Mr. Barr's contract does, giving her a $750 a month stipend adding into her retirement. And I'm not sure why there's this disparity and why one VP is being treated different than the other VPs. But that is an issue. I believe the same holds true for Ms. Padron, as well as it did for Ms. Bakeet, and I believe also with Ms. Farley. There is a disparity in treatment with employees, not only on the non-management side, but within the management ranks. And it's actually discriminatory. So I think that Ms. Mitchell's contract should be amended to include the same privileges, benefits as all other vice presidents and not be limited in the way they are, and/or I think it would be a breach of contract to take it away from Mr. Barr, so I think it needs to be added to the other folks.
Okay, so prior to the approving this, the superintendent/president, Dr. Jennifer Zellett, recommends that the board approve an employment contract with Catherine Mitchell as Assistant Superintendent, Vice President, Academic Affairs from May 12th, 2026 through June 30th, 2029. The proposed employment contract includes a salary set to salary schedule AD, column 1, step 6. In addition, the contract includes fringe benefits in the form of medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. Okay, now, do we have a motion to approve 16.3?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes. Mr. Wang, is there any validity to the uniformity of contracts? Because one thing that was said, they need to be equitable. What's happening?
With respect to Vice President Barr, apologize. With respect to Vice President Barr's contract, I think the item was raised at $750 per month for retirement. be well within the district's rights to amend it verbally on the floor right now, or at a different time, next meeting, the meeting after that.
Any other questions? Follow-up? Anything?
I'm not sure what he said. What do you mean amending?
Yes, and yes.
Do you mean change Mr. Board from having that benefit?
No.
What
Excuse
do you
me.
mean?
To-
So
yeah,
that's why I want to be clear.
Yes, to add that benefit to future Vice President Mitchell's contract. Yes.
And what about the other VPs for the equity issue that was clearly raised? That's why I'm not going to sit here and ignore it.
Yeah, I don't have those in front of me, so I don't know.
But you will look into making sure, Dr. Zalet and Mr. Wang, that all contracts across the VP level are equitable and do not encourage any discrimination of any kind based on race, sex, religious views, all of those
Very
things?
much so.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Congratulations, Dean Mitchell.
And I'm just
Well deserved.
I've known Catherine since she was an instructor in the Language Arts Division. And we've been to King's games get together, so they didn't go very far this year, but I'm sure now that you're vice president, you can do something to get them at least to the second round.
Okay. Okay, we're back at item 16.3. We're bouncing a little bit here. Do we have a motion to approve that?
Yes.
Okay.
And
a second. Okay. Advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Okay, item 16.4, approval of board resolution number 2526/22, authorizing the adoption of the public agency's post-employment benefits trust administered by Public Agency Retirement Services, PARS, an agreement to create a pension stabilization trust account, and names the Vice President, Administrative Services to be the trust administrator for the district. And we have Ms. Ford.
Well, you probably won't listen to me on this any more than you did the overlap of the contracts, but that's fine, at least it's on the record. When I saw PARS on the agenda, warning bells went off immediately because the California Federation of Teachers had an issue with the local in San Francisco where over 1,600 classified employees are without retirement because of some issues with the contract that they had with PARS. So I think before you actually sign that agreement or vote 5-0 without even having time, and that was a lot of information presented tonight. And I think before you agree to that contract, that you really need to do a deep dive and look into it a little further. But I'm anticipating the 5-0, so don't worry. So the questions I have are, what will be the function of this company? Do we need this company to act as a pass-through when we already have Keenan? Will we be paying for both companies, or will one lapse out? How often will PARS go up on their fees? They're starting at a low cost, so there is room to go up. Their total cost, I think they're saying right now is, what did you say, Shami, 30? 30,000? Okay. Annually. And right now, Keenan started out at, well, I don't know what they started at, but they're at 100,000 now. And will this impact employees on PERS and STIRS, or is something being implemented for new employees coming on board? Because I really don't want to see anybody blindsided with their retirement. Is this a defined contribution or defined benefit? Is there a district match? Which plan or coverage are they presenting to AVC? What or is the opt-out clause for the district and employees? Why aren't we able to stay with Keenan? I understand, Shami, you talked about the cost, but this is a concern. Can you compare and contrast the cost for this contract? And will the anticipated cost of going with PARS instead of Keenan be passed down to employees? So my ask is that until there is a better understanding of how this company will provide service to the district, what the actual cost will be, what the impact is to the employees, I'm asking, we're not in an emergency situation, so I'm asking that this agenda, that you hold off on making a decision on this agenda item until you as board members have an opportunity to really do a deep dive into this and ask questions. Thank you.
Okay. We need a motion to be able to discuss this.
So
Is
moved.
there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Yeah. In reference to what Ms. Ford said, I'm reassured that this company, the funds are handled by a bank. The bank is insured by the Federal Deposit Service. The resolution just authorizes the adoption. The method of investing, I understand, will come up later for board approval. Is that right, Mr. Vice President?
The method of investing assigns the administrator through direction of the president allocates those funds that we move over the 7.3 million
Right.
to be invested in one of those plans that were shown there.
But before everything's finalized, it will come back to the board, or is this the finalization?
You are
step?
approving the resolution here. The next agenda item transfers funds to fund this investment.
At which time you tell us which investment strategy you're going to take, the conservative or whatever.
That, your direction there would go to the president and then from the president to me.
But it will come up once again, the transfer of funds.
Internally, within district operations, it will come
Yeah,
up.
this is just to get the ball started.
This is to establish and transfer the funds, but the direction collectively of the board to the president, from the president to me will come.
Okay, thank you
again.
very much.
Mr. Barr, why haven't we had informational sessions with anyone? We're just waiting on board approval first, because when you talk, and I'm speaking from experience, about retirement, you need to engage employees, just so you won't have the type of conversations you're having right here. I also want to say, from the materials that we've had over a week, Ms. Ford, we've been able to look over this. There are 24 other community colleges participating in this plan, but just the number of 1,600 employees that Ms. Ford referenced who had a problem with retirement, you're looking at a woman who once signed a paper and took every teacher in my district out of teacher retirement. Okay? The biggest mistake of my life, and if I didn't learn anything from that, I learned that when it comes to people's retirement, you have to be extremely careful. So what about some of these things that are being mentioned and brought up, because the board only has had the week to look over the material, and things like this normally are planned, thought out, presented over time. The board is given time for consideration. So I'm just going to ask up front, what are we doing?
Sure, absolutely. We can definitely delay the vote. That is an option that the board has. You all don't need me to tell you that.
Okay.
This practice, though, is already in board policy. Do we know 6250? If you look in there, it is in our reserve policy that we will establish this trust and then make a contribution to that trust. So this conversation started far before I got here.
Thank you.
And this this initiative, these funds that are set aside have been a part of our assignment for the last 5 years with every budget.
Okay.
Now, I understand some of the concerns raised. Whenever we're talking about retirement, there's always concern, especially when staff is impacted.
Yes.
The burden of reporting and ensuring that pension costs for employees are paid, that is the burden of the district.
Right.
$7.3 million of our fund, we are going to transfer into a trust. We can make, we are obligated to continue to service our employees regardless of what happens with that contribution.
I do understand that, but what I'm saying is, where's the comparison analysis between STRS and PERS and this pen? I mean, are we giving up anything? Are the employees losing anything? Those are,
Sure.
right. That's something the board should
so
be told.
this has no impact on the employees. This is just the district's funds currently sitting in the unrestricted with LACO Treasury versus sitting in a trust growing and accumulating
With no
there.
impact to
With no
employees.
impact to the employees.
Thank you.
That is what we are doing
Thank
here.
you. I appreciate it, Shawnee, I do.
Questions?
No?
Yeah, one more question, Mr. Vice President. You said it's going to come up before the board to transfer the money into the fund, right? At which point, what if we change our minds, say, ain't going to happen? Is that the end of this trust?
If it's not funded, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's it.
if-
Okay, so we still get a second choice, a chance to make.
In the next agenda item, I believe.
Okay.
If I can,
Okay.
Advice?
Abstain.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
No?
Nay.
Okay. Fails. Go back and pick it up. Nobody understands PARS. Okay, got it, cool. Well, I'm familiar with it because I was with the city, guys. I mean, it's not a big deal. Any case, moving along.
So I would recommend that we pull item 16.5 as it is no longer relevant.
Okay, anybody object to that? Nope. Okay, 16.5 is pulled. All righty. Now, 16.6. Memorandum of Understanding between Antelope Valley College and California State University, Bakersfield.
So move.
Second?
Okay, any questions? Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 16.7, approval of the services agreement between Antelope Valley College and Parents Empowering Parents. We have a
So-
motion?
So move.
Second?
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
16.8, approval of proposal from Clover Learning to purchase software for students enrolled in the radiological technology program. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
16.9, approval of Go React site license between Speakworth Incorporated and Antelope Valley Community College District for Go React subscription services. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. 1610, approval to utilize the California Multiple Award Schedule, CMAS piggyback agreement with Shade Structures Incorporated. Is there a motion?
So move.
Okay, second? Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
16.11, approval of agreement service with Edgar S. Edgar L. Segovia, DBA Tacos La Chingada, I guess. I probably blew that, okay? I stand corrected. I can barely order off a menu, trust me. Okay, is there any, do we have a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
16.12, approval of agreement service with Drippy's Gourmet Ice Cream Sandwiches. Do we have samples? Oh, we do. Okay, is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Approval of agreement service with Ivan Ramos, DBA Carbonara Italian Food Truck. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
16.14, Resolution 2526/24, declaring the futility of public bidding for dualenroll.com. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 16.15, approval of academic policies and procedures, committee's recommendation of course listings for fall 2026.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
16.16, approval of annual subscription agreement with Diligent Corporation for the Diligent Community Platform replacement for Diligent Board Docs Agenda Management System. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
16.18, approval to utilize the foundation, oh, what? 17, okay, I was hopeful. 16.17, approval to utilize the foundation for California Community Colleges Master Services Agreement with N2N for the purchase of cloud-based SaaS software. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
16.18, approval to utilize the foundation for California Community Colleges Master Services Agreement with ODP Business Solutions LLC for the purchase of office products. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
16.20.
19.
Okay, hopeful again. 16.19, approval to utilize the Foundation for California Community Colleges Master Services Agreement with ODP Business Solutions LLC for the purchase of janitorial and sanitation products. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
16.20. Okay, and I'm going to ask for a motion on this. Approval to purchase one 2026 Ford Explorer from Diamond Ford for outreach. And is there a motion on that and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and I believe Pan Ford wants to discuss this. Oh, so either one of them, you're pulling it. Okay, all right. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
16.20 and 16.21 on the purchase of Ford Explorers. I had a lengthy conversation with the vice president about this because I was concerned about the sales tax. The sales tax in Lancaster is 11.25, and I thought if you purchase these vehicles at another location in California, you would pay the state sales tax of 7.25, which is 4% cheaper. But after a lengthy discussion about the bidding and the deal that we are being offered, it looked like we're getting a pretty good deal with these three vehicles. So I'm going to vote for it. Thank you.
Okay,
I just have a quick question.
sure.
For Mr. Barr. I just had questions relative to mileage versus liability in company vehicles. Have you looked into that? Because my understanding has always been the liability for a person driving a company vehicle could be more for the district than reimbursing mileage.
Have we done a direct comparison, Trustee Harvey? We have not, however, we have a district need for these fleet vehicles. We go between sites, our staff utilizes them. One of those two agenda items is for our outreach team, and they travel quite a bit with multiple people. Sometimes
Right,
as
and
a
that's my
team-
question about the liability. Are we putting ourselves at a higher risk for liability because you have, let's say, someone driving around 5 students and 3 employees, an accident happens, then is the district, I'm asking, are we protected here?
We are protected. We do have proper insurance in place. You see Christian nodding here. We are protected, and yes, we are very much protected against that. Remember, it's even if we do mileage, we have 4 people. All 4 people are traveling. They are still traveling for district business, so there is still a liability for the district, even if they claim mileage.
Okay.
You know, even if it's a if it's their personal vehicle,
Right.
if they're traveling on behalf of the district, we
okay.
still have the liability there.
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Brown. May I assume these vehicles will be housed on campus and they will only be used for whatever services we're providing here?
That is correct.
They do not go home with employees?
That is correct. And then in regards to the sales tax, I do want to say that no matter where we purchase these vehicles, the local sales tax rate still applies, right? And so it would not be a savings purchasing them elsewhere, as Trustee Reeves said.
May I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Why an Explorer instead of an F-150? I'm just asking.
That is we looked for a vehicle that could, it could be uniform, so we could have the same vehicle for outreach and our fleet for travel purposes. Right now, the trend is to move away from sedans. It is more SUV based. So we figured let's go with an offering that will be around for several years, and our district can support it. So now all 3 vehicles are Explorers. That makes maintenance on those vehicles that much easier and consistent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, back to more vehicles. Item 16.21, approval to purchase 2 2026 Ford Explorers from Diamond Ford for district use. Is there a motion?
So move.
Your second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Approval to, item 16.22, approval to purchase 3 Bigfoot electric burden carriers from PAP Material Handling Incorporated. Okay, is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
16.24, through 3. Approval to purchase 1 set of 4 wireless mobile columns lifts for the motor pool department from Hydraulics Incorporated. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second?
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, is this for the auto program? This is for the maintenance department.
Okay, anything else? Hearing none advice?
Approve.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. 16.24. Approval of field contract for services between Hydraulics Incorporated and Antelope Valley Community College for the purchase and installation of a new scissor lift for the motor pool department. Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, do we have some funds we need to spend immediately on new equipment and cars?
Trustee Harvey,
You know, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. It just looks weird, and I want the public to understand what we're doing.
sure. We are investing in the district. We have, I'm going to talk about resource requests here since there was a comment made earlier. Out of, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of resource requests. There has been no resource request made of the district through our resource allocation process that made its way up through program review that was denied for lack of funds or not wanting to allocate resources.
Okay.
There are a few resource requests that we held off on because there was some conversations that needed to happen, but no academic program, no restricted program, no student services program has come to us, come to the district, come to the budget or SPBC committee, asked for funds where we've denied it. Now,
Okay.
that's.
Thank you for letting me know that. And maybe what we need to do is make sure that everyone knows how to request funds. I heard a young person come up to this thing and say that they were involved in automotives but had not had a new transmission, something that's in a junkyard. I used to teach in an auto program. Something you can find in a junkyard. In her classroom, while I'm sitting here approving 2026 Ford Explorers. Yeah. Those are the type of things that I just don't feel good about. I'm sorry.
So, ma'am, I'm happy to address that.
Thank you.
I know that I've actually been in the auto shop. I've popped in a few times. I love watching them build the race cars, and actually they've challenged us and forced our risk management to expand their borders a little bit by getting a new insurance policy so that our race car can actually race. There are ways, especially through strong workforce and some of these other means, to grow and develop these programs. And I know that I see the dean is here. She can speak directly to that program.
Great.
If there are resource needs, there are ways for them to request.
Yes, that's wonderful, and thank you, Dean, for addressing that. But before you speak, we know for a fact that AI is taking most professional jobs. We hear all the time that our career and technical education, or what we used to call vocational education, will be more important in the future than anyone has even seen to be necessary. So when it comes to career and technical education, is something I'm really passionate about, because people don't realize that a manager at the Ford dealership can make as much as a CEO. These jobs are important. So yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yeah, the automotive program just received, I want to say at the beginning of this academic year, several hundred thousands of dollars to purchase the equipment for the automotive program, right? And so the money is there. It's just getting the money, going through the bidding process, and all of those things, and updating the equipment. We're on a rotation. It's not like the college has enough money to update every single piece of that car, right?
Right.
So we're doing it in stages.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Item 16.24. And is it? We're on 2.4. Okay, that's where I was going. Okay. Do we have a motion? And so we just need to get advice.
Approved.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 16.25. Approval of amendment for the service agreement with North State Environmental for providing hazardous waste removal services for the district. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item 16.26, approval of change order for the Yoshida Hall green screen project with Perkins funds. So do we have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
Okay. And any discussion? Hearing none, advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
16.27, approval of final notice of completion and resolution of acceptance of the Palmdale Welding Lab electrical project for Coast Development Company LLC, DBA, Coast Construction Group, with strong workforce funds. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
16.28, approval of purchase for a PAP Materials Handling Incorporated Gym EX range cart for Antelope Valley College with unrestricted general funds. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is that for the rocket one? No. Okay. Sounds fine. Advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 16.29, approval of change order for Yoshida Hall tenant improvement project with unrestricted general funds. Do we have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
16.30, approval of change order for the Foxfield 60 by 40 modular classroom project with unrestricted general funds. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none. Vice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
16.31, approval of change order for Cedar Hall project with Measure AV funds.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes. Mr. President, at the conclusion of this motion, let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
You can't keep going?
Yeah. Once finished this last motion, then we take a 5-minute break.
Okay. Okay, is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Approval of change order for Cedar Hall project. Oh, the modular, do we have a motion?
And a second.
Any discussion? Hearing none advice?
Approved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Stand up.
You're not gonna go too.
You gotta stand up. Oh. God.
we're waiting for one person. The loo? Oh. Yeah, a massage therapist.
Thank you very much. And we won.
I don't care.
She presented some good questions.
Mental health services, all that stuff.
Well, thank you.
Did you know that?
Okay, we're ready to get back underway.
I need more.
And now all I gotta do is figure out where we are. Okay, we're on 17.
Okay.
Community member request to place item on board agenda, and that's 17.1, public board agenda item request, and we have two people who would like to speak to that. Rochelle Hightower.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, and I am the one on item number 17. However, I have asked for this item to be in closed session, and I've asked multiple times. And Mr. Wang and I have had several conversations, as well as Dr. Zealot and I back and forth. And I believe Mr. Wang's assertion that I am a member of the public is erroneous. Even though I am not an active employee, I am still on the 39-month rehire list, and that does not waive all of my rights to privacy for HIPAA violations, personnel matters, and medical matters to not be heard in public session and to be a matter of public record. I also have examples, and there are other things that precedence has been set. If you look back at the April 2023 board members of the staff of this campus that are in this room, as well as witnesses. Mr. Adams, you stated in that meeting that we have allowed other employees and those who were not at work at that time to meet with the board in closed session. And we have set precedents, them and their representatives. I believe it was Emily that was advising the board at that time, and members of the public members were allowed to, the board waited for them to get to the Palmdale campus and to speak with members of the board in closed session. If you don't remember that, you can go back and review it, but I think board has set precedents, and I think that I should be given that same allowance, especially as a Black female, when that allowance has been given to other white males that are in the room. So why are we making disparate treatment and disparate impact when we have set precedents before? I think that this matter should be heard in closed session, as it is a personnel matter that does talk about my rehire status and me coming back to my previous position. And I'd ask the board to reconsider that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bridget Cook.
Good evening once again. She stole my thunder. She spoke to exactly what I was going to speak to. The board, it's the board's prerogative whether or not folks are allowed to speak to them and speak to them in closed session. Just as Ms. Hightower has been denied that, I was denied that opportunity too. But the issue is, in this particular case, Ms. Hightower is, from what I've watched on the board meeting agendas, she's come here multiple times and asked for the board to have staff to take action, appropriate action. And the appropriate action for someone on the 39-month reemployment list who's ready, willing, and able to return to work is to engage in an interactive process to determine whether or not they can return to work and place them in their position if it's vacant, and or a similar position, or offer them something. Perhaps the district has offered Ms. Hightower something in terms of returning to work. It doesn't appear that way because I saw her pass out a bunch of folders that are up there on the dais. Hopefully that does not contain confidential personal information. Hopefully you're not about to hear her discuss her issue. She's not being forced to discuss this matter in public when the board has the option. It's the board's prerogative to address her and to address the needs of this employee, because clearly the president and her staff are not. I would offer this again. It's never too late to pivot. You can change your position if this is on the advice of counsel or just something that Dr. Zeller has determined on her own. I would encourage the board to have a conversation with Ms. Hightower in private, like any other employee is entitled to have, especially when you're not engaging in the interactive process.
Thank you. Okay, we have information items 18.1, 18.2, 18.3 for you guys to peruse. I thought you were going to present. Fine, come present, please. I was confused.
Since we're not going to meet in public or private session, I will be presenting on my request to return to work, which we are now at approximately almost 3 years, which is a ridiculous amount of time for a public entity that has the ability to do the right thing, especially for an equity director. When we talk about equity and inclusion, especially for disability issues and equity issues. On or about August the 4th, I emailed Dr. Zeller asking to meet with her informally to talk about a hostile working environment where I was afraid to file another formal complaint. And I've emailed all of this to you as a board, so I won't belabor you with the attachments because you have them in your hands in front of you, as well as you've had them over a week in your email. During the meeting, she, and subsequent other meetings, she brought in HR and legal counsel and told me that I needed to file a formal complaint, which I told her that I was afraid to do because of retaliation that had continued to happen to me when I did those. Out of those talks, she had an Emoja elder come and we did an opening day. Baba Ernie Bridges helped to facilitate healing circles on the opening day of 2022. Those efforts were to get information out of me, and after she had what she needed out of me, those things turned for the worst. I would then be subjugated to a lot of things that would happen. My division was torn apart. I asked the board because of things that were happening to me, and I filed a whistleblower complaint in January of 2023. You, as the board, assigned a person named in the complaint to investigate herself. VP Victoria Simmons. She would then, because I was already out on medical leave, would put an abeyance to that whistleblower complaint. You can look at it as attachment 2. Everything that I said that why I was afraid to file a complaint, I am now living a living nightmare of. You can tell it is paragraph 2 of my letter and attachment 2. Even to the point of I no longer have my job. I detailed everything that would happen. You must have forgot who y'all hired. I was a discrimination investigator on the behalf of EEOC and Department of Fair Employment and Housing for Los Angeles Police Department for 10 years. I know what I am doing. This is not my first rodeo. And so when I told them what was going to happen, everything that I have said was going to happen, happened. That was put on abeyance. It has never been investigated for 3 years. And it is your responsibility as a board to investigate that whistleblower complaint. There has been no follow-up. After that happened, when I could come back to work, before I could come back to work, I came to you in January. If you look in your folders, there's a picture that are side by side. So you forgot who you hired, of 2 transcripts, same board meeting with almost 7 to 8 minutes cut out of the transcript because you will hear Patty McClure's voice well with another employee where they talk about, oh, there she is. There's the GC11s, how to pull the video and the audio. My video and audio was pulled. so that you could not hear me on the live. Ms. Harvey, at the end of it, you would say that this is horrible. They would remind you that your mic is hot. There's also the picture of the transcripts where they're talking about it. Side by side, where the edited transcripts are, you have the picture of that. I would come back the next month and talk about it. In those meetings, I would ask for administrative leave. I would go on to ask for catastrophic leave. I would go on to ask for leave without pay. Every request for leave that I asked for was denied. When I took workers' comp, when I took my own personal leave, when I took family medical leave, everything that I asked for when I ran out of my own time was denied. I have the letters in your attachments from Dr. Zealot, from Harmony, from Sherry Burkholder. Everybody's email is there where I asked for coverage. I have the letters from my doctors that are in your packet, where Victoria, they all started, when they started the interactive process, and when I asked questions about the date, no one ever responded. No one ever followed up. April, right before I was let go or put on the 39-month rehire list, I asked a question. No one ever came back to me about the interactive process. No one ever set a date. I never refused. My doctor provided all the documentation necessary. When I was told I was being placed on the 39-month rehire list, I gave them the date that I was eligible to come back to work. It's in the packet. You have it in your documentation. You have the doctor's note of when I was eligible to come back to work, June 26, 2023. Before you placed Alberto Mendoza in an interim position, I was eligible to come back to work, and as I had a right to come back to my job. All of those things being said, I've come to this board numerous times. I know you're tired of seeing my black face. But my question is, as a board, why did it take 3 years for me to get on a board agenda in public comment to tell my personnel information, medical information that should have been kept private, now that can be accessed in a public information request, that now is on YouTube for anybody and everybody or future employers to see? Why did it take me losing personal property, because I am out of almost $350,000 plus of income, medical information, medical coverage, dental, vision, retirement, seniority? Why did it take me losing personal property and credit to get to this point for disparate treatment, disparate impact, when there have been over 7 pages of positions that I am qualified for? I have sent my resume in numerous times only to be told that I have to go to a public website and to apply like everybody else, when the 39-month rehire says you are to engage and approach me in an interactive process to bring me back to work. Why am I being told that I need to do the legwork that your human resources needs to do? But what is curious to me is, if you didn't investigate a hostile work environment complaint with a whistleblower complaint as a board, if you didn't require Dr. Zealot and her staff to do the work, where really is the vote of no confidence? Should we have confidence in a board and a president and a VP? It's a systemic problem. It's not just Dr. Farley. It's a systemic problem. The numbers on equity and the work I and my team in this campus and the faculty who work tirelessly show for themselves what we do. But we have to examine ourselves. What are we doing from the top down? I'm only one person with a voice, but I am not the only one. I'm just persistent enough and hard-headed enough to keep coming back. And y'all ain't gonna tire me out. Because if I, with the expectation and the education to be this diligent and this persistent and this articulate, to come back time and time again to say this over and over again, what the hell are our students going through in the classroom? I am not stupid, ignorant, or dumb. I can go get a job somewhere else. But what do the students in our community have to put up with if this is what I, as an equity director who knows the law, have to do? I fight because they have to fight. And my question to you is, if Alberto Mendoza is going back to teaching in August 2026, my 39-month retire in September 9th, 2026, what the hell y'all gonna do about my job? What action are y'all taking to make me whole? Run me my coins and my benefits and all of the other stuff that go along with it to make me whole. But who's gonna be brave enough to say, hey, we did her wrong? I won you awards. I won you accolades across the nation. What you gonna do about it? Any questions? It's an action item. Any questions?
Yeah, I don't have a question, but
Sure.
I want you to know that all the correspondence that you sent out, the emails, I read everything.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
Matthew Wang, legal counsel. My recommendation is to take this under advisement, and then I will discuss this with you through correspondence and other meetings.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay, 18, the information items are all there. If you have questions, you can ask the staff. Reports and announcements. Academic Senate. Hal Huntsman.
Good evening, trustees, President Zealot, Mr. Wang, Ms. Shuttlecorp. Thank you for those that are coming up to help me read. Anyone else is welcome to join, even if you're not reading, if you'd like to. But we are going to present our resolution, and so this is a little bit unusual, but we'll have a few people reading our resolution. Mark, I think, and I'll let them introduce themselves as they come up.
Hello, President Zillette and the board. My name is Dr. Mark McGovern. I've been a faculty member in Math and Science Engineering Division for 21 years. Let me just start reading here. Whereas the Humanity, Unity, Belonging Hub Center is the central place students have for building community at Allen Valley College, especially for affinity program students. Affinity programs include, but are not limited to, Pride Center, Dreamers, Focus 180, Puente, Emoja, and Rising Scholars. Whereas AVC is a Hispanic servant institution and therefore has a responsibility of caring for and supporting Hispanic Latino students. Whereas AVC is a minority servant institution and therefore has a responsibility for caring for and supporting minority students, including African American, Asian, Filipino, Native American, and other historically minoritized students. Whereas AVC has a responsibility of supporting all forms of diversity, including LGBTQIA+ students, veterans, justice-impacted communities, undocumented students, etc. Whereas the faculty working at the hub and within affinity programs provide invaluable contributions by fostering a supportive and inclusive environment for African American, Asian, Filipino, Hispanic, Latin, Native American, LGBTQIA+, veteran, justice impacted, and undocumented students, as well as the broader campus community. And whereas Antelope Valley College is dedicated to serving students by prioritizing the success and well-being of our most vulnerable populations through a healthy, welcoming environment and a revitalized operation of the Hub and Infinity programs. Whereas all factual assertions in this resolution are drawn from contemporaneous written correspondence, grant agreements, MOU provisions, Board of Trustee addresses, and meeting records, none of which are in dispute, and many of which are documented in the supplemental record attached to this resolution. Whereas more than half of the faculty and staff that have communicated direct experiences or interactions with Dr. Farley are too afraid of retaliation to speak on the record.
Hello, I'm Cole Wolf. I've been a sign language interpreter on campus since 2009, adjunct faculty since 2013, full-time since 2017. It's a pleasure to be here. Continuing, whereas Vice President of Equity and Student Achievement, VPESA, Dr. Rebecca Farley, has failed to uphold the Antelope Valley College's philosophy, mission, vision, statement, and values, which focuses on serving students and transforming lives, upholding the values of integrity and respect through the practice of mutual support and courtesy, demonstration of professional standards, collaboration and teamwork, rewarding innovation, accomplishment, and creativity, supporting student success and learning through a safe physical environment, and enhancing the visibility of the college, thereby undermining AVC's commitments to our students and communities. Whereas Dr. Farley has failed to adhere to the AVC Serves 2024-2029 strategic plan goals, which include realignment of college practices and processes to remove barriers to become more effective, efficient, and responsive to students, employees, and community, and to improve the college culture by becoming more caring, welcoming, accessible, and inclusive campus, thereby undermining AVC's progress towards the strategic plan goals and its commitments to our students and communities. Whereas Dr. Farley's lack of support for the affinity programs has made it difficult to close student equity gaps. Whereas Dr. Farley's disregard for the lived experience of affinity group coordinators and students has led to a loss of trust in her leadership. Whereas Dr. Farley has demonstrated a consistent pattern of failing to compensate employees in a timely manner, including delaying stipend paperwork until weeks into the semester, failing to provide promised pay for faculty coordination, and vaguely weighing worked hours against promised stipends without clear financial resolution. Whereas the Umoja Community Education Foundation MOU signed by the college president establishes binding minimum core requirements the college must fulfill: a coordinator with dedicated reassigned time, a counselor with dedicated proportionate hours, and restricted use of foundation funds exclusively for direct student support and designated program activities. The Puente Project operates under a formal interinstitutional agreement co-sponsored by the University of California and the California Community College's Chancellor's Office, requiring a dedicated counselor, sustained mentoring and infrastructure, and the integrated model that has produced measurably superior transfer rates for Puente students across the state. Dr. Farley's administrative conduct has placed AVC's compliance with both agreements at risk and has created substantial basis for concern that categorical equity funds accepted by the college have not been applied as those agreements require. A compliance failure with financial and affiliation consequences distinct from and in addition to those arising from the Rising Scholars Grant.
Hello, board. My name is Nari Caseforth, and I started here in 2014. I will continue with the resolution. Whereas Dr. Farley has caused the college to be in noncompliance with legal and financial obligations, specifically regarding the Rising Scholars Grant, where the failure to provide mandated parity services such as dedicated counseling, tutoring, and library support places the institution at risk of financial penalties and legal liability under the California False Claims Act. Whereas Dr. Farley has knowingly made false representations to oversight bodies. For instance, Dr. Farley's office submitted representations to the Rising Scholars Network, claiming that AVC operates a peer mentorship program for re-entry Focus 180 students, but that program does not exist. This is a materially false representation submitted to a state grant oversight body under a categorical funding agreement that requires accurate reporting. This is not a paperwork error. It is the factual predicate for liability under the California False Claims Act, and it is in the record. Dr. Farley also presented materially false information to the AVC Board of Trustees in January 2026 regarding the Antelope Valley Reentry Symposium, misrepresenting who co-led the event and omitting the contributions of a key administrator. Whereas Dr. Farley has routinely violated MOUs with statewide affinity programs by failing to provide individualized contracts for affinity program coordinators and unilaterally altering job duties without agreement, excluding coordinators from required training, and failing to provide monthly budget statements. Whereas Dr. Farley has violated established labor contracts and labor law, including but not limited to requiring faculty and staff to be in the hub or other workstations continuously in order to ensure that students have constant supervision, such that employees are unable to take restroom breaks, lunch breaks, or attend other all-campus events, or pressuring employees to participate in events or continue work on projects outside their regular working hours without compensation. Whereas Dr. Farley has violated the tenets of the Academic Senate 10+1 by ignoring shared governance inputs for educational program development, standards or policies regarding student preparation and success, district and college governance structures as related to faculty roles, processes for institutional planning and budget development, and making major programmatic decisions without faculty input.
Hello, Board. Continuing from there, I am Mesa Nicolas, General Counseling and Puente Co-Coordinator / Counselor. Whereas Dr. Farley has fostered a hostile work environment through heightened surveillance and disparate treatment, including the use of chaperones for full-time staff, public reprimands that are belittling and demeaning, name-calling, a quid pro quo environment where employees and students are encouraged to withdraw complaints and discourage discussion with other affected members through gifts, food, and other offers, and the dismissal of student concerns regarding microaggressions and professional conduct. Whereas Dr. Farley has repeatedly shown public disrespect for her colleagues at all levels of the college, including ignoring them, calling them by the wrong name, arbitrarily calling important meetings on very short notice, taking credit for work that others do, blaming others for mistakes that she has made, and many other macro and microaggressions. Whereas Dr. Farley demonstrates a documented chronic lack of communication and responsiveness, characterized by Dr. Farley ignoring repeated requests for fiscal information, failing to respond to emails for weeks, and arriving late or failing to appear at scheduled meetings without notification. Whereas Dr. Farley's lack of responsiveness has led to the denial of critical resources and the loss of opportunities, including the potential return of $50,000 in grant funding due to refusal to approve tutors, the disruption of program marketing through administrative delays, and the failure to process necessary purchases for student centers. Whereas Dr. Farley has engaged in excessive micromanagement, requiring VP level approval for routine tasks like Amazon purchases, directing staff to remain in their offices at all times, not allowing legally required breaks during shifts, and insisting on involvement in minor details that hinder overall program effectiveness, including attending lower level meetings for which her presence was neither needed nor requested, rewriting job descriptions, infantilizing employees and students by insisting on having chaperones at all times. Whereas Dr. Farley has lack of knowledge of AVC policies, programs, and best practices, included repeated misunderstanding of how many weekly student contact hours are required per LHE per term, insistence on faculty spending weekly contact hours on duty in the hub instead of time on focused events, insistence on her own programming or lack thereof for different affinity programs instead of taking recommendations from employees, especially faculty coordinators and students, and unilaterally changing the equity committee to an advisory council, making the committee more participatory rather than shared governance.
My name is Dr. Karina Karapetyan-Georgi. I'm a sociology faculty member. I've been with AVC since 2017, and I'm the Pride faculty coordinator. Whereas Dr. Farley's actions have inhibited affinity groups' ability to serve students by last-minute planning, refusal to approve budget requests to fund events, especially for programs for which abundant funding exists, like even attempting to charge students for an HBCU tour, like a lack of responding to emails and inquiries about planning events, scheduling culturally insensitive events that traumatize students, like the Boys Don't Cry movie at the Pride Center. And just to remind you, this is a movie about torturing, raping, and murdering a trans man. Whereas administrative leadership and equity and student achievement has not demonstrated that it values the contributions of the AVC library and its faculty and staff, leading to their request to be reorganized to a different division, as described in the Academic Senate resolution approved on October 16th, 2025, whereas Dr. Farley's behavior, including verbal conduct and written responses, i.e. emails, has been callous, disrespectful, evasive, circuitous, and misleading. It has escalated and prolonged the stress and harm done to employees and students affiliated with the hub and affinity groups and the wider campus and culture, college culture. Whereas faculty staff have attempted to make administration of the Board of Trustees aware of their concerns through addressing the board on 1/13/25, 2/7/25, 6/9/25, 12/12/25, etc. The board senate, the academic senate, 11/30/23, 12/5/24, that was me, 11/6/25, 2/19/26, holding private meetings with senior administrators, see attached statements, and through the AVC administrator evaluation process, soliciting faculty and staff input from administrators undergoing evaluation, whereas the Board of Trustees is the ultimate fiduciary authority of the Antelope Valley Community College. Under California Code 70902, it bears the affirmative duty to ensure that colleges, or this college, fulfills its obligation, protects public funds, and upholds the rights of students, faculty, and staff. Continued inaction by this board after this level and duration of documented notification is not a neutral posture. It is a failure of the board's own duty of care with consequences that compound with each passing month. Whereas Dr. Farley has overwhelmingly been unresponsive to efforts to address faculty, staff, and student concerns, and these efforts have not resulted in satisfactory results or improvements in their performance.
Therefore, be it resolved that the Academic Senate of Antelope Valley College has no confidence in the leadership of Dr. Rebecca Farley, Vice President of Equity and Student Achievement, nor in her ability to fulfill the duties or responsibilities of the position, and resolved that the Academic Senate urges the Board of Trustees and President Zillett to immediately hold Dr. Farley accountable for her unprofessional and inappropriate behavior by immediately taking corrective action to restore institutional integrity, ensure compliance with state and federal laws, and protect the well-being of the students, faculty, and classified staff, including but not limited to the termination of Dr. Farley's employment as Vice President of Equity and Student Achievement. Resolved that the Board of Trustees commission an independent external audit of all Rising Scholars, Umoja Puente, Pride Center, and Focus 180 program expenditures to verify that categorical funds have been applied in compliance with the applicable grant agreements and MOUs, understanding that internal audits are insufficient to establish confidence in fiduciary oversight of the college at this time, and to proactively report the college's compliance status to the California Community College Chancellor's Office without further delay. Resolved that the faculty, staff, and students who have bravely come forward to report and act as whistleblowers on these issues and those acting as allies be supported and not retaliated against. And resolved that the administration follow existing collective bargaining agreements and labor law. Resolved that the AVC immediately take all steps necessary to achieve genuine and complete compliance with all its affinity program MOUs and grant obligations, and the administration provide accurate, proactive reporting of the college's compliance status to the Chancellor's Office. This resolution was adopted by the Academic Senate of Antelope Valley Community College District on April 16, 2026, by a vote of 21-0 with 1 abstention. In addition, and I do thank you again, Board, for providing the time to say, I do want to acknowledge the faculty, students, staff, and others who are here in support of the resolution. If you're willing, I'd love to see a show of support by everybody standing, if you're willing. Thank you. And thank you, Board. We appreciate your attention.
Thank you. Antelope Valley College Federation of Teachers, Perry Jalaka.
Thank you. Good evening, President Buffalo and members of the board, President Zillett. On April 16, 2026, the Academic Senate adopted a resolution declaring no confidence in Vice President of Equity and Student Achievement, Dr. Rebecca Farley. The Federation stands in full solidarity with the Academic Senate's resolution and endorses its call for Dr. Farley's removal from her position. We do this because the concerns documented in that resolution are not contained to shared governance. They fall directly under our collective bargaining agreement and California labor law. The resolution documents employees who are required to remain at workstations continuously, unable to take restroom and lunch breaks, unable to attend all campus events. It documents pressures to work outside of regular hours without compensation. It documents delayed stipends, unpaid work. It documents chaperones assigned to full-time staff. These are not personality disputes. These are violations of California labor law and our collective bargaining agreement. And they've occurred under our board's watch. In her May 7th memorandum to the Academic Senate, President Zillett stated that there was no compliant agreements filed against Dr. Farley. This framing is misleading. The board should know that AFC-FT prevailed earlier this year before the Public Employees Relations Board in a decision HOU 1865, which became final on February 17th, 2026. The PERB found that the district committed multiple unilateral changes affecting bargaining unit members, imposing a blanketed 50% in-person teaching rule in violation of our collective bargaining agreement, changing the 25 LHE cap enforced without bargaining, repunding the district's own Title IX investigation policy, AP 34, by allowing investigations to remain open for nearly 500 days without determination, skipping contractual required steps of progressive discipline. The district is currently under PERB order remedies because of this PERB. I also want to bring to the attention of the board's bearing directly on how this institution moves forward. Approximately 1 month ago, myself and a few of the executive members of the union met with a community member. The community member had a conversation with President Gillette and mentioned that they had reached out to the union members and union exec team. President Gillette's response to that community member included framing that it is us against the union. Be careful. That framing was not a one-time slip. At the May 7th Academic Senate meeting, it was reported on record that President Gillette had made a similar statement to her own leadership team in December of 2023, that their loyalty was to the people in the room, not the people out there, and it was us against them. That report came from a credible source with direct knowledge of the meeting. I raise this question because President Gillette's May 7th memorandum spoke at length about civility and reaching toward one another, about choosing not to others the people with whom we disagree. Those are good words, but words are not actions. As President Gillette herself wrote in that memorandum, and at the actions document here, the private characterization of faculty and the union as adversaries to be defeated and are not consistent with her comments about civility and calls made in public. In the same memorandum, President Gillette returned to a slogan she introduced in very first campus email over July 4th weekend of 2022. Serve students and be kind. She acknowledged in May 7th memorandum that some have ridiculed that statement. She's expressed regret that that slogan has, in her view, been mocked. AVC does not believe the slogan itself is the problem. The problem is that we are now in President Gillette's fourth year at this college, and the actions of her administration, labor violations, adjudicated by PERBs, the MOU noncompliance, documented by Senate, the private characterization of faculty, and the union as adversaries do not reflect those words. Serve students and be kind. When a slogan is no longer believed, it is rarely because the words are wrong. It is usually because the actions beneath them have not matched, or behind them have not matched. The Federation would welcome a return to the spirit of the slogan. What we cannot do is treat this as a deception of how this college is currently being led. Now, I want to raise a question of consistency that goes to the heart of how this college is being led. In her memorandum, Academic Senate President extended significant procedural protection to Dr. Farley. She has emphasized that formal complaints, grievances were not filed. She has called for a delay so that the campus leaders can gather and determine the next steps. She has cautioned the Senate against a win or lose frame. She has, in effect, asked the institution to slow down, to be measured, to extend to the benefit of the doubt to a vice president who is the subject of a no confidence vote. The union asked the board is the same procedure care for faculty. When is this call for slowing down for a measured response, extending the benefit of doubt when a faculty member is the subject of a complaint? Where is the president's voice when a faculty member is challenged, sometimes on the basis of a single complaint, and HR and administration push it forward with an investigation, even when the body work of that faculty member demonstrates that compliance is without merit, or the complaint is without merit? Where is the president's call for civility, dialogue, and crucial conversations when the administration is moving forward to terminate faculty members, when a faculty are being placed on paid administrative leave for the duration of the year, when due process is being compressed rather than expanded? This is not a hypocritical concern. PERB has already found in a decision I referenced that this district repugned its own Title IX investigation policy by allowing investigations of bargaining unit members to remain open for nearly 500 days, more than twice the 240-day limit AP 34 itself states, and no determination issue and no written extensions provided. PERB also found in that same decision that the district skips contractual requirement first steps of progressive discipline in moving forward against bargaining unit members. Going directly to a corrective action plan, a warning of further discipline at what was the only first meeting on the issue. Progressive discipline exists precisely to give faculty members the procedural protection that President-elect May 7th memorandum invokes to Dr. Farley. The district's own conduct, as adjudicated by PERB, demonstrates that those protections have been extended to administrators while being denied to faculty. A symmetry has been adjudicated. The expansion of procedural care for administrators alongside its contractual faculty is not a union's interpretation. It's what the state agency findings reflect. The faculty of this college is not the president's opposition. The union is not the president's opposition. We are a part of the institution. We are the people who teach the students that this college exists to serve. When the president of the college privately frames the faculty and the union as adversaries and publicly extends procedural protections to administrators that she does not extend to faculty, the question is longer whether one vice president should remain. The question becomes, how does the institution move forward at all? Tonight, I asked the board 4 questions. First, how does the board intend to address the documented pattern of presidents characterizing faculty and union as adversaries in private settings while publicly calling for civility and dialogue? The faculty of this college are entitled to know whether the board accepts this framing or rejects it. Second, how does the institution move forward on the substantial findings of the Senate's resolution, the labor violations, MOU noncompliance with Emoji and Punta, the material false representatives of the Rising Scholars Network, and a president whose May 7th memorandum asked for the Senate to delay reporting the resolution to this board for a month. The faculty are entitled to know whether the board intends to receive the resolution's findings on its own timeline or on the timeline the college president has requested. Third, why does the procedural care for the president, why does the procedural care that President-elect has extended to Dr. Farley, the call for measured response, the request for a delay, and emphasis on due process and formal complaint procedures not extend to faculty members who face investigations and termination, when PERB has already found the district repugnant AP 3434 and skipped progressive discipline in its own treatment of bargaining member units? Faculty are entitled to know whether the same standards apply to administrators and to those people who teach in this college's classrooms. Fourth, what is the board's responsibility? As the body that has hired, oversees the college president, when the leadership pattern documented by the Academic Senate, the union, and the Public Employees Relation Board all point to the same direction, the faculty are entitled to know what accountability looks like at this level of documentation. AVCFT is not asking the board to take our words for any of this. We are asking the board to look at what is already on record. The Senate's vote is on record. The Senate's resolution is on record. PERB decision, HOU 1865, is on record. President-elect's May 7th memorandum is in the record. These statements have described tonight, and now it's in the record. I go back to one thing, and I've talked to this board. I think it was the first meeting when I became the president of the faculty union, and I've been here for a long time. And when I came here, the leadership was tremendously different. We have to go back to a form of leadership. I don't care the style. I've been around micromanagers. I've been around transformational leadership. All these different names. They're just names. The all reality is when you supervise somebody and you lead a division, you lead a department, whatever it may be, they have to know how much you care. How much you know doesn't matter when they don't know how much you care. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Pam. Classified.
Good evening. In case you didn't know, I'm Pamela Ford, Classified Union President. This is a sad occasion for our campus because the months and weeks of pleas for improvement have been blatantly ignored that have come from constituents at all levels. This is a sobering experience. As the leader of the classified bargaining unit and on behalf of those classified who are directly impacted by being under the direction of Dr. Farley, we stand in solidarity and in support of the Academic Senate's vote of no confidence and oppose any appointment to another department, division, or program on this campus or sites through a reorganization or restructuring or by any other means. It would be easy for you to ignore the concerns I'm about to present and those already presented and pass it off as disgruntled faculty, staff, and students. But that would be a huge mistake on your part. Note that. The greatest gap within equity is the vice president's appearance of an inability to connect and communicate effectively with faculty and, most importantly, students and the staff. I spent time addressing these concerns with both Dr. Farley and the president on more than one occasion. And as each issue was raised with Dr. Farley, she gave a canned response related to departmental activities. Nothing about repairing relationships with her staff. The president's response is, she needs more time. As a matter of fact, back in December, Dr. Zealot shared that she was moving Dr. Farley to Cedar Hall, and that had nothing to do with the issues. So it didn't have anything to do with the issues. So the move is not designed to resolve the issues, as you may have been led to believe. I find curious that more time and a move to a new location are the means to resolve issues concerning this matter, when the main issue is relating to a path forward to working with students, faculty, and staff. The comment was made at the Senate meeting, show mercy. If you will recall, staff, faculty, and administrators who have been terminated came before you asking for a chance. They had no write-ups or bad evaluations, no campus-wide complaints, yet you voted to terminate those employees without thought or question. They were not afforded the opportunity to move to a posher office or have forums held to stop the action of termination. Where was the mercy for them? The question so poignantly raised last Thursday at the Senate meeting was, why is there so much support given to this one person who has had complaint after complaint, not just from staff and faculty, but from our most important customers, our students? Classified staff are required to work without lunch breaks, work into lunch breaks. They're excessively monitored. They have to have chaperones. It's become a culture of people ratting people out. Job duties are being changed with no explanation. All of this deprives students of much needed services and creates a hostile work environment. Her demonstrating a lack of empathy, ignoring students and team members' well-being and perspectives creates a toxic, disengaged environment, demonstrates disparate treatment by promising positions to administrators in her area that haven't even gone through the district process. That's one of the issues with her. She doesn't follow processes. What I see as lacking is there has been no commitment to changing her behavior. When I took domestic violence training, there was a statement that they taught us. When somebody apologizes to you, say, don't apologize, change the behavior, because apologies can go on forever. There was also a pattern of stating that the president, and this has been said a lot in emails and in person, and you ought to know this, that when there are things that people don't agree with and we bring it up on committee or we bring it up to her, There's also a pattern of her stating that the president and the board support her, as if that makes her actions okay. When asked what she would do to improve the situations, her comments addressed departmental achievements and events, and nothing about the people. This lack of collegiality has had a negative impact on her relationships across the campus, she doesn't have strong relationships, and it's interfering with the collaborative investment and movement for our campus. Wouldn't you think that at least once in her prepared statement to the Senate, there would have been something said about how she was going to work collegially to invest in repairing relationships with employees, faculty, and staff? I've yet to hear that. If you choose to disregard anything else that was said tonight about Dr. Farley, can you at least show regard for our students' thoughts and concerns? Our students are the lifeblood of our campus. And administrators who don't prioritize their needs and opinions will struggle to achieve success, and that is what is happening. When leaders disregard students, they fail them. They lose their trust and loyalty and significantly impact their ability to achieve long-term success. The equity department should be an inviting environment for our students and affinity group programs instead of a place of dread. There's Emoja, Pride, Focus 180, A2Mend, Veterans, Puente, Dreamers, Rising Scholars. All these programs are being impacted because of the lack of inaction from upper administration. Now, I understand clearly that the decision is ultimately yours, but the hope is that the decision you make is for the benefit of the students, staff, faculty, and the campus community as a whole. And you need to remember this. Attitude reflects leadership, and leadership starts at the top. It's time for you as a board to show the college how you want it to be run, because ultimately you're accountable. Thank you.
Associated Student Organization, still with us? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Antelope Valley College, oh, no, I almost forgot. How could I forget you?
You could forget me.
Ashley Hawkins.
That would be okay. I'm going to keep it brief as we are in the middle of the night now. And please understand that I'm not being remiss. We want to congratulate Catherine Mitchell. She is a proud member of the CMSA ranks and has been for quite some time, and it speaks volumes to the trajectory of hope around here to have someone who's worked alongside us for so long go into this role. We also want to congratulate Joel Gunterman, who's another one of ours among the CMSA ranks, who is moving on to be the Dean of Allied Health, Kinesiology, and Public Health. And finally, we want to recognize Alberto Mendoza Gonzalez Larinaga on his transition to full-time faculty and thank him for his contributions as a CMSA member. CMSA would also like to thank outgoing student trustee Christy Salazar Lara and let you know that we can't wait to watch you change the world. We also want to welcome our new student trustee, Roshni Demon, to the board. And finally, with next week being Classified Recognition Week, CMSA would really like to acknowledge and thank our classified and confidential professionals for the tremendous work they do every day in support of our students, employees, and institutions. Their contributions are deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Kneppel.
Don't we do ASO? Shouldn't ASO be
Oh,
up?
okay.
I think you go first.
All righty. I missed you out. I thought you were earlier. Come on up.
No, you're good. All right. Good evening, board. President Zealot. It's good to see you guys again. This is my second board report due to my class schedule. But yeah, these past few months I've been president after Destiny resigned. And it was unexpected, but it was a wonderful journey. Had a lot of great experiences. So I just want to quickly give this board report and then a statement at the end. So we're gonna have an unwind and plug creative reset event to take like students' minds off of the finals week. So this is gonna be like a creative event for them to just kind of take their minds off. And then we're currently planning a leadership luncheon. And then we also had a spring in support where we handed out care packages to students on campuses, and they were in tote bags. And I also attended the veterans pre-commencement luncheon where I got to have lunch with some veterans and talk to some people there. And it was a good opportunity to celebrate the hard work of veterans on campus. And then I also want to congratulate Joseph on being the new ASO president. I'm very confident he'll do great work, and he has great leadership qualities. So I'm very excited to see what he could do. Joseph, did you want to say something?
Good evening, everybody. I'm keep it brief. I pinky promise. Thank you, Armando, for your strong leadership, and Destiny Waller, both of them for paving the way before for the beautiful things to come. And I really want to thank first God for allowing me to be a part of this path and be a part of this. Well, also correct me if I'm wrong, being the first Black man to be elected ASO president of Antelope Valley College. Thank you also for the employees of the college and the student body for supporting me. There's many people in this room who I truly feel that community. So I just thank you so much. Last week was super hard fought, a long week for everybody, I'm sure. It was a great bookend for the pre-commencements, and I got to attend for the totality of the Black pre-commencement, which I must say was off the chain. Looking forward to the fruitful things to come through accountability, community engagement, and informing with the great cabinet that we have at the ASO board. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joseph. And then as a reflection of the student body opinion, we just wanted to have a statement on the vote of no confidence. So in support of vote of no confidence, our intent as ASO is not to diminish anybody, but to ensure that students' needs are acknowledged and being met. Many students had complaints, but some of the ones we wrote down about was how Umoja and Pride spaces were being affected. They initially were filled with many students and it created a community for everyone to enjoy. But now some students did not want to be a part of Umoja due to feelings of isolation, anger, and sadness about the neglect towards the program, and stating counseling was not consistent. Due to the lack of communication and coordination support, the students orchestrated a walkout and protest to make their voices heard about the situation. In response to students, they were met with empty promises of better communication, planning, and coordination since summer of 2025. Despite the HBCU tour eventually being fully supported with equity funding, this outcome had only occurred after months of confusion among students, inconsistent communication regarding financing the tour, and intensive student and faculty action. Students were also not given a reasonable alternative for on-campus support or connections outside organizations to aid them in fundraising. And after discussing the matter with faculty on Senate, students, and meeting with President Zeller herself, I did notice that there was quite a questionable disconnect between the president and the academic senate. And on behalf of all students, we are disappointed with how this issue is being handled. And that's that we keep in mind that it is students who are going to take the hit at the end of the day. And something must change to stop the neglect to our student programs. Thank you, and hope you guys have a good night.
it's appropriate, we'll go to the wine lady.
Yeah, wine lady, but I've got even better news. So we need some good news at the moment, don't we? Yes, I need to take a breath.
Oh.
So student scholarships, 356 scholarships were awarded this year for 203 students for over our top number ever of a little over 361,000. Woohoo! I want to thank all of our donors, our supporters, the people who read the scholarships. And this Friday, we're celebrating with our meet and greet, where we partner up with our donors and our students who are able to come together and just meet and greet each other and hopefully create a new mentoring relationship. So let's go to the wine walk. Even more news that's good news. So historically, the last 3 or 4 years, we've netted between like 35 to 39,000. Anybody want to guess how much we netted this year? Not quite, but thank you. 50,000. Yay, 50,000. Yeah. And that money goes directly into the Antelope Valley Students Community Endowment, which is the endowment that funds the faculty grant program. So everything that we came in goes back to the college. So I'm so proud to have that announcement. I want to thank my team of Emily and Samantha. We're small but mighty, and those that help volunteer as well. So let's end on a good note tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Office of the President Superintendent.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. I will be entering my comments into public record. I will also be making sure that the statement that I read to Academic Senate is also in public record. I'm very sad that that statement was so misheard by so many people. I hope to communicate more clearly in the future. And as far as entering comments into record, second and third hand interpretations of comments that may or may not have even been made, entering them into record doesn't make them true. What I want this campus to know is this is not a job to me. This is my calling. I didn't come here to be an administrator. My job, my calling has always been working with students, teaching. Teaching just takes different forms. Humans are not perfect. I will own all my imperfections in this situation. And like I told the Senate on Thursday, I will do better. And when I say I will do better, I do better. I will reiterate what the vast majority of my comments in that statement were about. They weren't about turf wars. It was a faculty member who used that word. My comments were about coming together, working together to make this campus an amazing place, even more amazing than it already is. Thank you.
Okay. Board member comments? Start with our new student trustee.
Okay, wow. Good evening, everyone. First, I just wanted to emphasize how high of an honor it is to have been elected as student trustee. To be the voice for students is a privilege, especially during times like this. Keeping with the tradition that Christy said, I'd like to acknowledge that we are in Asian American Pacific Islander Month. As a as a member of the community, it's important to recognize the diversity of this institution and how exciting it is to have students from all backgrounds receiving an education here. It is also Mental Health Awareness Month, and I just want to remind everyone, especially students, of the great resources our school offers, such as Timely Care, the Student Health Clinic, and the Student Health and Wellness Department. Speaking of Student Health and Wellness, they're having tons of great events this month, and I invite you all to join, especially as we're in the last month of school, finals are coming up. It's very important to access these resources. Also, since Classified Week is coming up, I want to thank all of our classified staff for their tireless work and dedication to helping and serving our students. Our students appreciate your hard work, and I look forward to celebrating you all further, which is something we should be doing all year long, not just 1 week, but it's great that we have this week as well. So I did want to congratulate our new Vice President of Academic Affairs, Catherine Mitchell. I was able to sit in her open forum and got the opportunity to hear more about her efforts in supporting students here in the AV, her collaborative approach, listening ear to students and faculty, and motivation to promote student success is what our students need, and is incredibly refreshing, especially right now. I also want to thank the ASO Cabinet for their hard work this year. I had the opportunity to serve alongside them. It was really great. I specifically want to recognize our incredible advisors, specifically Ramon Castillejo, Walter Fuentes, our accounting assistant as well, director of student life, our dean as well. You guys are great, and your support means a lot. And now in this new position and having served as an ASO officer as well, your support helps us support other students, so it's great. I'm excited to also work with the upcoming cabinet, and I have full faith in their leadership, and I'm looking to work with them in the future. Finally, I'm not saying this last because I find it to be the least important, because it's not. I just wanted to end on this matter, my thoughts on it, specifically the student perspective on it. I wanted to commend all the students for sharing their experiences having been in equity. Having safe spaces where students can share their experiences is imperative, and as an institution, we need to ensure that students feel safe within the affinity groups on campus, all over campus, but especially within those groups. This college is supposed to be a safe haven from students from all backgrounds. The affinity groups serve that primary purpose, to be a safe place to build community and connect with one another. The role of the student trustee is to ensure administration and the board listen and understand student concerns. The concerns brought forth in equity worry me and should worry you all as well. I urge the college to take into account these shared stories and experiences, and as our institution's centennial approaches, we can always grow together and build a campus that listens and supports all students. I look forward to working alongside you all, everyone here, not only the board, but everyone, to ensure that students are understood and supported. Thank you and have a nice night.
Mr. Adams. Congratulations, Catherine, on VP of Academic Affairs. I knew all along that you would end up at least that high, if not higher. Congratulations to our new student trustee, and I have to reassure you that this has been a really short meeting. Most of them go much longer.
Is that all? Yep. Okay, Michelle. Nothing? Michael?
First of all, congratulations, Cappy, again for the third time. And I look forward to you working on the CTE program as vice president like you did as dean. You did a great job. Thank you, student trustee that's leaving, and thank you, student trustee that's arriving. It's a pleasure to work with both of you. Just to let you know, we hear you. And last week, I was bedridden most of the week, but I had a lot of emails on my computer from people who spoke tonight and had concerns. And even though I could only get up for a little bit each day, I read all the emails, and I hear you. And I just want you to know that. And I hope everybody has a good night and a good rest after sitting down for so long. Good night, everybody.
Next week, as we heard, is Classified Appreciation Week, and I want to give a shout out to all of our classified staff. Hope that, I'm not sure what is the exact plan on campus, but hopefully we will do something very special for them, as they deserve so much. Again, Catherine, I want to say congratulations, and very happy for you to be walking into that position. Christy Salazar, Lara, you were such an amazing student trustee. Thank you. And I welcome our new lady on the end, looking forward to getting to know you better as well. I also want to say that I feel like right now I don't even know what to say because I'm a bit overwhelmed. I have to do a lot of processing, but I want to thank everyone who got up to that podium this evening and spoke. And I just want you to know from my perspective, I heard every word, every single word you said. So thank you.
You know, we have a long history of really, really good student trustees, Christy being the latest. And now you've got an incredible group to follow. And I'm sure you'll do exceptionally well. Kathleen, I just love you sitting out there and you smile. You're such a nice person and so confident. So we definitely heard what you said tonight. We'll move forward and hopefully we get some things resolved. I know what Mike Adams didn't say, but he wanted to say it. He thought he was back in Palmdale at one of those city council meetings that went forever. So we went through those. Terrific. Anyway, our next meeting is on June 8th, 2026. And have a good night.